it is rewarding nonetheless to see as many of you as I can see here for a research-orientated and research conduct symposium. That's heartwarming to me personally, because it's important for us to know the right way and the not so right way, and we share with us or among ourselves the experience. There may be subtle change in the program, but it will not affect the flow of what is being intended. And it is my pleasure to be deputizing for my colleague, Professor Khaled Khan. Some of you may not know Professor Khaled Khan, but he is a world authority in research conduct and clinical trials, and has been conducting trials, publishing trials, assessing trials. He can't be here today, but definitely for the later session, he might be here. I am scheduled to be speaking in another workshop next door, so I will be in and out, but I trust my colleague, Professor Mahmoud Abdel Alim, will be chairing this session and will be taking it further. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Professor Yaqub, for this introduction for this workshop. عاوز الاي تي لو سمحت يجيني. اي تي برزنتيشن. طبعا السلام عليكم ورحمه الله وبركاته. مساء الخير عليكم جميعا. بدايه احب ارحب بالمنصه الكريمه استاذتنا الاستاذه الدكتوره دينا شكري، استاذ فورنسيك ميديسين اند توكسيكولوجي، رئيس اللجنه القوميه لاخلاقيات البحث العلمي، الاستاذه الدكتوره عزه صالح، founder of the Egyptian Network for the Research Ethics Committee in Egypt، دكتور حازم عبد الغفار استاذ التوليد وامراض النساء، اخونا العزيز الدكتور علي مهران معالي السيناتور ووكيل لجنه الصحه والسكان مجلس. احب اشكر جدا كل الساده اللي ساهموا في بدايه وانجاح ان شاء الله الورك شوب. We will start now with the first presentation, which is the introduction about this workshop. Can I have the slides showed? Okay. الشاشة فيها حاجة؟ لا خليها تيجي تصوت. دي نصها بس اللي شغال. This international workshop on the integrity in biomedical research The ability to wonder is a unique feature of mankind, to search and research. And research is nothing but it's this curiosity-driven pursuit of the unknown. The aim of the research is to transform the unknowns into known and to demystify the mystery associated with a phenomenon. Research follows, of course, systematic and rational methodologies, and integrity is about creating systems that boost the quality, relevance, and reliability of all research. This workshop has been designed to include professors and keynote speakers from 8 countries, 12 of them from Egypt, and others from the other 7 countries. So it is an international one. Of course, we are all honored to have the honorary president of this workshop to be our Grand Professor Mahmoud Fahmy Fathallah, who has very strong impact on research integrity many years back. Thanks to him to accept our invitation, and his talk will be delivered soon. The workshop conveners are Professor Yaqub Khalaf, UK, Professor Khalid Saeed Khan, Spain, me is the coordinator, and the distinguished Upper Egypt Assisted Reproduction Symposium scholars, Professor Dr. Ali Mahran and Professor Hazim Abdel Ghaffar, and the ComStech Program Manager is Muhammad Haris. There will be 3 questions to be answered during this presentation. Why did we organize the workshop? How was it organized, and what will be the expected outcomes? Why is it an international conference? Because the research misconduct and the problems of research is considered as a part of cheating, but a preferred synonym for the cheating is the scientific misconduct. So it is a crime that should be minimized and prevented. Secondly, there is increasing rate of paper retraction, which is the result of the misconduct, and no country is immune against the research misconduct. All these countries listed in front of you are having more or less rate of publications retracted because of the research misconduct. And astonishingly, that most of the biggest research scandals in the academic history come from a very prestigious centers in the world and the university, Stanford University, Colorado, Duke, Toronto, Harvard, and Johns Hopkins. So no country and no university is immune. Thirdly, with increasing number of publications, there is also increased the number of retractions. So the problem, if left unsolved, will continue perpetuated and increased. This is a very recent analysis done by me from the PubMed, and as you see, there is escalating risk of increase in the paper retraction. However, there was some decline 2018 and 19, but then come back to be higher in 2020, 2021, and all of you know that this is due to retraction of the COVID papers. Also in Egypt, we have a problem. We have also retracted articles. This is properly due to research misconduct in some of them. And as you see here, there is escalation, but a good positive thing. In 2021, there is a start of decline in the rate of the retraction of the papers. This means that the people are getting more aware, are getting more faithful in doing the research and doing it in the proper way. So this is a good positive thing. All the universities in Egypt, most of them is having this rate because we are part of the world. So by university you have some retractions from Mansoura, Asyut, Cairo, Alexandria, and all, and Ain Shams, Banha, Minya, Zagazig, Bani Suef. So we have not to bury our head in the sand, but we have to look to our problem and try to solve it. Number 5, there are many factors that are considered under the title research misconduct, like plagiarism, fabrication, misconduct by the author, duplication of image, duplication of data, text, concerning about referencing, errors in methodology. All these are factors in making the research misconduct, and then we'll have the paper retracted. So we have to aware the researchers how to avoid these things. Number 6, unfortunately, the punishment of the offended and the offender authors for the research misconduct is not that acute, is not that strict. There are many authors having this is a global study, having many retractions, some of them up to more than 5 retractions, and they are still doing research with the paper cited. This is another regulatory problem, that the research misconduct, the time period between publication till retraction is usually long, up to 35 or even 40 months. The 7th factor is that there is a direct cost and an indirect cost for the research misconduct. We have all of us should be against this. Millions of dollars as a direct cost are lost years of training and work, advance of knowledge is impaired, and science as an institution is less effective or less trusted. We lost the trust of the community and the society. We have also financial cost and personal consequences, and for each retracted paper in the US, it costs $392,000 of direct cost loss. We have to know that and realize that the greatest cost of research misconduct due to misinformation in the medical literature are either loss of life or preventable illness. As you see here, many people are treated based on the primary study. Usually, for example, the first Nakao paper, primary treated patients with 260, and those who get the lack of benefit have been 35,000 people due to this misconduct. How was this international workshop created? It is one idea, and the idea emitted from the current situation all over the world. Then brainstorming was done by expert opinions. Then collaboration between Granada University, Asyut University, Comstech Foundation, and the Upper Egypt Assisted Reproduction Symposium. Then the design was done to be directed to young researchers, giving them the chance to meet real-life scenarios, allowing awareness for them. The execution of this workshop, it will be for over 2 days, 4 sessions, 36 presentations, 13 eminent chairpersons, 29 world-class speakers, 14 from Egypt, and 15 from abroad. The authors who will cover the workshop have a collective H-index of more than 800, a vast experience in research and integrity. The pillars of this workshop are the Comstech, the Granada University, the Upper Egypt Symposium, Asyut University, and all of them were coordinated all together by Dr. Muhammad Fawzi. Thanks for him for facilitating this workshop. This is the Upper Egypt Symposium. This is the Granada University, the Comstech, and the Asyut University, which is ranked 1,000 over the world, having 1,500 international students with total faculty of 5,200. And with this increasing the number of research, we are producing research in an average amount. And the expected outcomes from this workshop would be proper training for researchers and enhancing the influential role of organization institution and making the robust communication between researchers and research centers. I'm happy to announce the start of the workshop, wishing you enjoyment and facilitation. Thank you for everyone who come to teach, to learn, and to share.
Thank you, Dr. Mahmoud. Our next.
Now, it's of honor of us to present the speech of our dear Professor Mahmoud Fahmi Fathallah by our dear colleague Dr. Assam Rashad. Professor Fathallah sends you all his greetings. Assam Rashad is a professor of obstetrics and gynecology, and is the director of Medical Research Center in the Faculty of Medicine, Assyut University. Please, Assam.
Mahmoud Fathallah, yes. Okay, yes. It should be here. Mahmoud, yes.
See, you've got two of them here.
No.
The first one?
Yeah, right. Right, that's it. Yeah, okay, let's get started. Great. Okay, so can I have a... Okay,
The light, or do you have the
so,
should be working.
okay, so where's the light?
The light, there should right
No,
now.
what should I press? Okay, and then change the slide from here. I'll work from here. Okay. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. First of all, I would like to thank the organizing committee for the huge honor that they granted me to present Professor Fathallah's talk. Especially grateful to my dear friends, Dr. Mahmoud Abdel-Alim and Dr. Muhammad Fawzi. Now Professor Fathallah is sending you his greetings and sending you a message to your reputable workshop. I cannot find words to express my feeling of honor, and I would ask you all to open not your ears but your minds, and above all your hearts, to listen to a mix of science, wisdom, poetry, Quran, and philosophy, a craft that could never be weaved except by a person like Professor Fathallah. So, this I'm speaking on his behalf. Dear colleagues, I wish I could have been with you here today in person to participate and also to learn from the brilliant new generations who will carry the torch of our science forward. But believe me and forgive me, aging is real. The subject of your workshop has been close to my heart. It has been a major concern when I was a director of the World Health Organization, the United Nations Program of Research in Human Reproduction, supporting research in a large number of diverse countries. As Egyptians, we can pride ourselves of being in the land of dawn of conscience. We, in scientific pursuit, should behave with this conscience. There is more to ancient Egypt than just the road of rams. Egypt is the land of the dawn of conscience. Through his years of research in Egypt and the Near East, the American scientist James Henry Breasted, going far below our earliest historical horizon, shows in his book that conscience dawned in the valley of the Nile, and its first expressions in the inscriptions whose origin go back to thousands of years, 5,000 years. إنما يخشى الله من عباده العلماء. Just an English translation to as close to the meaning as possible, that it's those who fear God are the scientists. لا تحسبن العلم ينفع وحده ما لم يتوج ربه بخلاقه والعلم إن لم تكتنفه شمائل تعليه كان مطية الإخفاق. Don't think science alone is useful. It must have ethics alongside. If science has not got ethics and morals, it will be a straight road to failure. This is given by the Poetry of the Nile, Hafiz Ibrahim. So in my message, I want to touch briefly on 4 questions. The first is, why is scientific integrity important? The second is, what are the costs or the harms of research misconduct? And the third is, what underlies the causes of research misconduct? And the fourth, what can be done to foster scientific integrity? Scientific integrity is important because science is a cumulative enterprise. Science is a cumulative enterprise in which we research, or our research builds on the previous results. So if the research results are inaccurate, then other researchers will waste their time and resources trying to replicate or extend those inaccurate results. And here Sir Isaac Newton, if I can look further than the others, then it's because I stand on the shoulders of the giants. Again, science is a cumulative enterprise. If you have an apple and I have an apple, and we exchange these apples, then you and I still have one apple. But if you have an idea and I have an idea, and we exchange these ideas, then each of us will have 2 ideas. This is George Bernard Shaw. Scientific integrity is important because science is built on a core of trust. The scientific enterprise is built on a foundation of trust. The society trusts that scientific research results are as honest and accurate reflections of the researcher's work as possible. Researchers equally trust that their colleagues have gathered data carefully, have used appropriate analytical and statistical techniques, have reported their results accurately, and have treated the work of others with respect. When this truth is when this trust is misplaced and the professional standards are violated, the researchers are affronted. Again, they feel that the base of profession is being undermined. This would impact the relationship between science and society. ولا تقف ما ليس لك به علم إن السمع والبصر والفؤاد كل أولئك كان عنه مسؤولا. Again, another verse from Al-Quran to translate as close to the meaning as possible, that our hearing, our vision, our hearts, our minds, we are all responsible for that to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, to God. So scientific integrity is important. And now, what is the cost or the harm of the scientific misconduct? وَتَحْسَبُونَهُ هَيِّنًا وَهُوَ عِنْدَ اللَّهِ عَظِيمٌ. A verse from the Quran saying that you might think this is trivial, but for Allah this is grave. The cost to an investigator, the career may be destroyed. The cost to the research organization, the reputation may be damaged. The cost to the society, lost investment and harm of misinformation. The cost to the country, damage to the whole image. And let me share with you some examples of the cost and the harm of research misconduct. To the investigator, Britain's celebrated case of research fraud. Malcolm Pierce, an assistant editor on the British Journal of Obstetrics and Gynecology and the senior lecturer in the department at St. George Hospital Medical School, where Jeffrey Chamberlain was the professor, he had published in 1994 a case report of the embryo of an ectopic pregnancy being re-implanted and leading to a baby being born. Obstetricians have been trying to do this for years, and the report, when published, received worldwide media attention. A whistleblower at the hospital had pointed out that the patient with the reimplanted pregnancy did not exist. There had been an investigation at the medical school, and Pierce had been both fired and reported to the General Medical Council. The case made it into the front pages of the British newspapers. Chamberlain did not know until after the publication that the case did not exist. It was normal for senior professors or senior people to put their names on papers when they had not really contributed anything. Pierce had been found guilty of serious professional misconduct by the General Medical Council and struck off. Chamberlain resigned both as an editor of the British Journal of Obstetrics and Gynecology and president of the Royal College of the Obstetricians and Gynecologists. Both were disgraced. The medical school investigated other studies by Pierce, and another 4 were retracted. A cost to the research companies. Vioxx, a pharmaceutical disaster. US pharmaceutical giant Merck marketed in 1999 its osteoarthritis drug Vioxx, rofecoxib, to treat inflammation and pain, while avoiding the serious gastrointestinal side effects that commonly occur with other non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs. It's estimated that more than 80 million people worldwide have been taking it or have taken it at that time. In September 2004, only 5 years after its launch, the company withdrew the drug from the market. It had become clear that Vioxx increased the risk of heart attack in some patients, and Merck was accused of hiding some of the side effects. The company announced that it will pay nearly $5 billion to settle lawsuits or lawsuit cases. ولا تكتموا الشهادة ومن يكتمها فإنه آثم قلبه والله بما تعملون عليم. To translate from Quran to the nearest meaning, don't hide witness. If you have a witness and then you hide it or you don't reveal it, then you have a sin in your heart. God is omniscient of what you do. Harm to the society. The MMR vaccine and the autism. Sensation, refutation, retraction, and fraud. Dr. Wakefield, a reader in experimental gastroenterology at London's Royal Free Hospital School of Medicine, and collaborators sparked a worldwide scare by suggesting a link between autism and MMR vaccine. He was struck off the medical register in 2010. The Lancet, which published the research in 1998, retracted the article. Harm to the country. Disbelief after Egypt announces cure for AIDS and hepatitis C. We all know the story. At a news conference last week, an Egyptian doctor confidently announced that the country military has developed a cure for the virus that causes AIDS as well as hepatitis, one of Egypt's gravest public health problems or threats. I think we don't really need to go through all that because we all know the story. So this is an example of damage to the country reputation in science. What underlies the cause of research misconduct? Why people conduct or do misconduct? The underlying causes of research misconduct: scientific researchers, although by definition are dedicated searchers for the truth, but they are, as in all other professions, not immune to forces in the society that may lead to some deviant behavior. A hyper-competitive environment, a culture of publish or perish, and an inflated value of the so-called high-impact factor journals put pressure on authors to rush into publication, exaggerate their findings, and overstate the significance of their work. Another thing is that for the profit industrial organizations under pressure, for the profit organization for the profit industrial organizations, under the pressure of the commercial release, they can, or the promotion, they may promote pressure on researchers to bias findings in the direction they prefer in terms of safety and efficacy. The COVID-19 story. The pandemic raised a huge rush to publish and to take credit. Publishers accelerated the review process. The result, a total of 157 articles were retracted, starting January 1st, 2020 to October 10th, I think this is 2021. So, US contributed to nearly 20% of those retracted articles. More than half of them were in high impact factor journals, and we all remember one in the New England Journal of Medicine and one in the Lancet. So, the core messages. What can be done to foster scientific integrity? Science is and should continue to be a self-regulating community. Two approaches to foster the scientific integrity: the confrontation approach and the preventive approach. The confrontational approach is about detection and penalize. The preventive approach is about teach, preach, set guidelines and regulations. The two approaches are not exclusive, but they are complementary. The first, the confrontational approach, detect and penalize. If fraudulent research escapes the usual journal peer review process, it may still be detected. This happens when other researchers try to reproduce the results, or when the systemic review of a research topic is undertaken and the article in question does not stand scrutiny. This is more likely for randomized controlled trials. Or a third option or a third occasion is when good faith whistleblowers raise concern. Penalties can range from retraction of the article, disciplinary action by the research institute, or legal punishment by court. Retraction Watch is a blog that reports on retractions of scientific papers. The blog was launched in August 2010 and is produced by two science writers to increase the transparency of the retraction process. Retraction of papers generally are not announced, and the reasons for the retraction are not usually publicized. One result is that other researchers or the public can work upon those retracted papers and make decisions based on them, and they are invalid. So this is news from Egypt about the Supreme Administrative Court laying down a harsh punishment on a university professor because he has been convicted of self-plagiarism, where he had 3 papers or 3 researchers and he just put his name on them. They were not his. And the Supreme Administrative Court said that scientific integrity is the most important character of a scientist. Science is built on that. Intellectual property is something that is protected by the law and the judiciary. The second approach is teach and preach. Teaching and preaching about the responsible conduct of research. This can play important role in fostering scientific integrity. This is what your successful workshop, God willing, is all about. I hope we all wish and pray for Professor Fathallah, for Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala grant him his health, long life, and give him blessings for what he teaches and what he continues to teach us, even at a distance. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Osam, for this wonderful talk. And now for Comistic talk. Comistic talk. Comistic is an international organization of Research. She is cooperating with the conference and Asyut University about this workshop. Who will give us the lecture is Muhammad Haris Akram, one of the program manager of the COMSTEC. Dr. Muhammad, please.
Assalamu alaikum everyone. I am Muhammad Haris Akram. I represent COMSTEC. I just want to talk about a bit about COMSTEC, that it is the OIC Standing Committee on Science and Technology Cooperation. It is a consortium of 57 Islamic countries, out of which Egypt is also a part of us. So we have different programs running in different thematic areas, out of which health is one of the top priorities for COMSTEC and the Organization of Islamic Cooperation. So under the health initiatives, we have different programs running regarding capacity building workshops, conferences. If we move on, we have few fellowship programs for PhD and postdoc in different fields of science and technology. Then we also have a flagship program for technicians training program. Specifically, if we talk about the health sector, we have technician training program for lab technicians. We have program for ophthalmologists. We have program for neurocritical care. So these are few of the programs which are addressed in the health sector. Then another flagship program I would like to talk about is the COMSTEC Technology and Innovation Portal. As I see, there are few exhibitors, companies, researchers here. So that is actually a platform on which different researchers, commercial companies can present their prototypes, their research, their patents, even their commercial products, which can come under health services, and they can showcase their products on that portal. I wish I could have time to show you, but you can go to the COMSTEC website. It's www.comstec.org, where you can find this COMSTEC technology portal, and you can look into companies who have already showcased their products and services on the portal. So apart from different programs of COMSTEC, I welcome you all on behalf of COMSTEC and the organizers, and I thank all of you. And because we have a long day, after that we have some technical sessions and talks, I would not take much of your time, and looking forward to have good talks and lectures and research presented at this platform. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
To Yaqub Khalaf ready? You can start with you. Okay. It's my pleasure to introduce Professor Muhammad Badawi, with a great research and professor of OBGYN, British Columbia University, Canada, who is the top leader in research in Egypt, Middle East, and over the world. He is going to address a lecture about successful research career formula, a practical advice. Dr. Badawi.
Formula for research?
So acclimated to my Mac. Your talk earlier was quite fascinating. It's going to,
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I'm very pleased and honored to be part of the planning for this session, and I think it's as important as everybody is really aware of the situation. So what I would like to share with you today is a practical advice. Having lived in Egypt a significant portion of my life and started in Assyut University and then worked in the United States and currently in Canada, I have seen it both sides. So I thought I would share with you today some practical advices on how to be a successful researcher, irrespective of the situation where you are and irrespective whether you have a lot of funding or not. So these are my disclosures, none of which is relevant to the topic of the talk. But what I want to show you this figure, it's a little bit older figure from the UNESCO website that shows the amount of money spent annually in different countries compared to the GDP. And you see at the top here is the United Kingdom, around 2% of their national income spent on science and research. And here is Egypt, it's around 0.23% of the GDP. So we can't stop right here and say, well, we don't have enough funding to pursue research in this country and other similar countries, but this is not the right attitude or the right way to go. And I'd like to quote this poem here. Two men looked through the prison bars, one saw mud and the other saw stars. So really you can see stars wherever you are, irrespective of the surrounding situations, and you can be creative and you can start a successful research career in this regard. So the question is, why do so few people develop successful research careers? Universities usually teach us the tools of research, but they do not teach us the process itself. So what I want to achieve today is to go through the process with you rather than the tools, because I know all of you are very well aware of the tools of research. What are the key players for any good research? It all starts with the individual and the unit that the individual belongs to. Then it goes to a department, a faculty, a university, and then you go to the national level and finally globally, because this is a global mission. Anything you are contributing, irrespective of where your location is going to a common pool of the collective science that everybody benefits from. So I'm just going to summarize what I would like to say in 8 steps. The first one is developing the original and the important research question, what comes from ideas. Then effectively designing studies, then obtaining human and animal ethics approval to use, and then obtaining the funding, particularly if you are just doing a lot of big studies, particularly RCTs. Then you're going to generate data from those studies. You're going to write and present an abstract in a national or international meeting. Then, if it's not published, it's not done. You have to publish what you did. And finally, you have to, being exposed to the world now with your publications, you have to look for people who are thinking alike or doing the same research and start collaborating with them. Just going to go through all of these steps, but as you see, this is not a faulty in the design of this study. It's really just telling you the proportional contribution of each one of these steps towards the success of the research process. And generating data, as you see, the biggest line here and the biggest font is the most important step in that regard. So starting with the first one, developing original and important research questions, I would like to quote this one too. The best way to have a good idea is to have lots of ideas. So from that pool, you can crystallize your thinking and come up with an effective idea that suits the situation where you are working or what you are researching. How can you develop that? There are different ways of generating ideas, and I'm going to touch on some of them, not all of them. So the ordinary president of this seminar, as well as our role model, Professor Fathallah, actually published a very interesting letter in The Lancet about incessant ovulation as a factor in ovarian neoplasia. There's no data and there's no study done. It's just a thought coming from his genius observation about incessant ovulation that happen in animals like the hen that ovulate frequently, then develops ovarian cancer more often. And then he continued to think in that direction in a way to generate a theory that really dominated ovarian pathology for decades, and people published tons of articles to prove or disprove. It's only the idea that sold the entire concept to the rest of the world, and millions of dollars were invested to investigate that theory further. So the idea can also come from others' presentations and publications. When you read a paper and you find the phrase, "Oh, we really don't know, it remains to be proven," or "why this occurs is uncertain," that's where you should jump and try to think if you can answer that question or fill that gap in the literature. So most important thing, the most important enemy of ideas is forgetfulness. So whenever an idea jumps to your mind, even if you're not going to do it, write it down. Someday you may come back to that and do it. From the literature too, when you find a study that you're not happy with the design, and there are pitfalls in the structure of the study itself, this is your opportunity to design a better study and take it to the next level of excellence. You have to learn from your problems. You can generate ideas from the clinical complications that you can see in your practice, or the common problems that comes to your hospital, or the common problems that you see in schools if you are a teacher, etc., or in the banks if you are a banker. That's where you can design ideas to be able to, how much time? Okay, I'm doing well. So you have to ask the question why the problem happens and what information is missing. From your own clinical practice, if you have some uniqueness in the way you practice and you want to share the outcome of the interventions that you do for patients in a scientific way, the only way to do that is to do valid research to prove it. So there are some pitfalls for this item. It may have been already done, but you don't really need to say that until you do the research itself. People around you may tell you, well, it's outside your field. It will take years to do. It's already been done. Everyone already knows that. You do not listen to people who are trying to discourage you if you are confident about your ideas. Then you move to the next few items here will be quicker than what I just spent the time talking about. The effective design of the study, we all know that RCTs are the best. But what would you do if you don't have the ability to do those? You shouldn't sit aside. There's also room for retrospective studies, case cohorts, even opinion papers or book chapters. These are ways to get yourself more academically familiar. Again, you may find people not so well encouraging, particularly if you are coming with big ideas. Again, don't listen to them. So after that, you're gonna go with your idea, you write the proposal. Writing the proposal for the idea or the protocol is writing the paper actually, because the introduction will be the same, methodology will be the same. You are left only with the results and the discussion which you can put together. Then you want to do bigger studies or grow your research program, you have to get funding. And getting funding from your university, local institutions, national, and even international where applicable. So it's very hard to give money, particularly these days, and you will not be granted that money in an easy way. So you have to start with smaller grants, and smaller grants bring bigger grants. Unsuccessful grants are a good start point for the next grant. You get the reviewer feedback, you make it bigger and stronger, and then resubmit it again to another funding institution, and do not give up once, twice, and 3 times. Believe me, it will work at a certain point of time. Get help from real collaborators, people who can help you, or you don't have knowledge of everything and you're doing a study that has a mechanistic arm. You are a clinician, you can do the clinical part, but the mechanistic part, you have to get a real scientist to work closely with you in order to be able to do that. Finally, when you are trying to get money from any institution, you will never get the grant if you do not show that you are trustworthy, that you are part of the team. No funding institution is interested to fund individuals, but rather research teams. And you have the tools. You cannot claim that you can do things that you don't have the infrastructure to execute. Then you're gonna generate data from your project. You can never pre-plan too much for that because you don't know what you are getting. You can start by actually an essential part of writing grants and submitting is to write your expected results. What is your expected results in light of the preliminary data that you may have? You have to use a good research database or database for your research collection, like the REDCap. There are so many of them. It is done, then you have to share your science. Knowledge translation is key, and it's an important component of getting the funding from any institution. There are so many meetings depending on your interests. If you are a reproductive endocrinologist, like the majority of us, SRM, SGI, ECOG, if you are a thoracic surgeon, if you are a teacher, if you are a banker, there are always the respective institutions that you can go to. And as I said earlier, if it's not written and it's not published, it's not done. So this is sometimes the hardest part for some researcher. They generate data, they do good studies, but they don't know how to write paper. You have to remember that even cesarean sections were hard the first few times people did them. So with experience and with repetition, you will be successful in what you are trying to do. So in one slide, how to write a good paper. So you have to put the outline first. There are different ways, of course, nothing is magical here. Use your outline for topic sentences to start each paragraph, and use keywords. This is not creative writing. You're not writing a novel. You're writing a piece of science. So that's what you have to be careful about. And you have to keep it short and simple, which we call, you have to give us the final kiss. So if your paper is 10 pages long, or 20, 30 pages long, nobody will be interested to read it. It has to be concise, crisp. And remember the paper that won the people who invented insulin, the Nobel Prize, with 3 pages in Lancet. Finally, you have to collaborate. Collaboration can start locally in your university and then span to the rest of the world. And you have to help people. Without helping people, nobody will help you, starting by helping your boss, friends, coworkers, students, staff, and employees. My conclusions, Mr. Chairman, is that the first important point of being a serious researcher is to accept failures. Not every experiment you do and not every research project you will do will have results to be published at the end. You shouldn't be determined to get the significant p-value less than 0.01 for all your primary outcome measures. It might not happen. You have to accept that, and this is a fact, and there are tendency not to report negative findings, but even if it is a properly designed study, you have to report that. You have to work with these failures. Failures are not only for publications. You may fail to get grants. Don't give up. You may fail to get funding or build up your research team. You have to continue your efforts in that direction. You have to identify your strengths and strengthen them further. Every one of us has his own strengths and has own passions. That's what you have to go for. You should not go after others' passions and after others' strengths. Look at yourself first, and that's where you should start. Start with the resources you have. You cannot continue to complain about the lack of funding. There are always resources, even in the smallest places. Look around you, you will find them. Get started there and then grow from that point on. Research could fit the need of your community. So we live in Egypt. We have an endemic disease of bilharziosis or hepatitis C. That's where we have to put our money in. Reproductive endocrinologists and infertility. We have an infertility due to whatever factor, tubal factor. Let's focus on that. Strengthen the core. There is a core which is your supporting staff, your research team, assistant lecturers, and people who work around you. This is part of you. These are the key of your success. If you don't have a good research team, you would not be a successful researcher, and that's your first investment. So, and you have to invest in the younger generation because nobody would last forever. create institutions around research ideas, particularly at the national level, and create national networks. Why not different departments and different universities in any given country get together, put their minds together, and do research together. With that, I would like to thank you very much for your attention, and I wish you all the very best.
Thanks, Professor Badawi, for this marvelous lecture. And now for our next speaker, Professor Hisham El-Anani, Professor of Obstetrics and Gynecology, Cairo University. He is the founder of Birmingham Diploma of IVF and ICSI, and he is the top researcher in Egypt, having many meta-analyses and researches that have been published in high-ranked journals. Professor El-Anani, تفضل.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. شكرا جزيلا على الانترودكشن اللطيفه دي اللي انا لا استحقها. مستر شيرمان كوتشيرمان، بشكر الحضور. انا ما كنتش متوقع ان الورك شوب بتاع الريسيرش هيبقى زحمه كده، ما شاء الله. الاهتمام كبير. نرجو من الله ان احنا هنتكلم النهارده على حاجات براكتيكال نقدر نعملها وننفذها، حتى لو لقيتوها صعبه شويه لكن هتلاقوها باذن الله براكتيكال. وهو دي اكتر حاجه انا بهتم بيها، ان احنا نفكر في البراكتيكاليتي وان احنا نشتغل. ايوه يس يس. وعشان نبقى براكتيكال لازم نشوف ايه المشكله اللي عندنا والمشكله ازاي ممكن تتحل. واللي احنا بنقدمه النهارده ان احنا how to use technology to improve الداتا integrity. وعشان نفهم النقطه ديت هنعمل حاجه، هنقدم فيجن بسيط جدا ليكم. قبل ما نقدمه هنعمل الاوتلاين بتاعنا، ان احنا هنقدم انترودكشن وهنتكلم على الباست، وبعد كده نتكلم على الفيوتشر، وهنتكلم ازاي بيفور الريسيرش وديورنج الريسيرش وافتر الريسيرش، وهنقدم موديل اللي احنا محققينه في القصر العيني في اسم امراض النساء والتوليد عندنا، ونوصل لكونكلوجن بسيط باذن واحد احد. الانترودكشن سهله وبسيطه. كان في فضيحه في سنة 98 على بابليكيشن طلعت في اللانست، واللانست ده من الميجور جورنالز اللي موجودة، كانت على ضد الام ام ار فاكسين، وتسببت في ان يحصل ماركت ديكلاين في الناس اللي بتاخد الام ام ار فاكسين دوت. وطبعا في ناس جالهم اوت بريكس للميزلز، ودي سببت ضرر لناس كتيرة جدا. وطلع في الاخر ان الداتا دي كانت فابريكيتد، والبي اي اللي هو البرنسبل انفستيجيتور، ولازم تتعودوا على الكلمه دي، البي اي البرنسبل انفستيجيتور بقى فايرد من الميديكال ريجستري. بس النقطه هنا في ايه؟ النقطه هنا ان اخذت اكتر من 12 سنه عشان يبقى فايرد الراجل ده من الميديكال ريجستر بناء على داتا فابريكيتد من عنده. اخذت 12 سنه. الريسبونسبيلتي بتاعت الديلي في ال 12 سنه دي كانت ريسبونسبيلتي بتاعت مين؟ هل هي المسؤوليه عليه هو شخصيا ان هو فابريك داتا فبالتالي اخذ وقت عقبال ما اتكشف، ولا كانت الانستيتيوت اللي هو اشتغل فيها اللي ما عملتش بريكوشنز معينه عشان يقدر يكتشف ان هو ما يفبركش، ولا دي كانت الجورنال ده اللانست اللي هو المفروض وان اوف ذا بيجست جورنال في العالم كله ان هو ياخد باله ويراجع الداتا بنفسه عشان يقدر يقول ان في حاجه مش هيحصل من وراها ضرر بالشكل ده. طب لو هو كل واحد مسؤول عن نفسه وهو الاساس وهو السبب، هل هو فعلا البي اي فقط هو اللي مسؤول، ولا تيم ويرك اللي حواليه هو المسؤولين كمان، ولا هم الريفيورز اللي كانوا في الجورنال اللي اخذوا الببليكيشن عادي خالص وقالوا ده ممكن دي حاجه انترستنج لازم تتنشر؟ يبقى في الحاله دي ان مين اللي انكريمنيتد في الموضوع ده كله؟ في اللي حصل ده كله كان هو بس فقط البي اي الضحيه الوحيده. صحيح حققوا فيها مبدا الثواب والعقاب، بس قعدت 12 سنه عشان توصل في الاخر ويوصل للعقاب. 12 سنه. اللي احنا عايزين نفهمه المره دي ان احنا ازاي نتجاوز ال 12 سنه دول ونحل الانتجريتي ايشوز المختلفه. احنا في الداتا انتجريتي عندنا 4 ايشوز واضحين جدا: الدوبليكيشن، البلاجيريزم الانتحال، الفولسيفيكيشن ان انا اعمل الجداول غلط، او الفابريكيشن ان انا فابريك الداتا. يعني في 4 ايشوز، في 4 ايشوز موجودين: الدوبليكيشن والبلاجيريزم والفولسيفيكيشن والفابريكيشن. طيب هم كمان زمان كانوا بيعملوا ايه عشان يعملوا الحكايه دي؟ الحقيقه في خلال ال5 سنين اللي فاتوا طلعوا حاجه جديده خالص. قال لك عشان تتشك، لو انت شاكك في اي داتا انتجريتي وعايز تحقق منها، اعمل السكيل التشيك ليست ديت، ومن ساعتها لو انت لقيت اكتر من 50% من الايتمز اللي موجوده ديت، ابدا شك في الداتا انتجريتي بتاعت البيشنت في بتاعت البيبر دي. لكن لو ما لقيتهاش اكتر من 50% يبقى خلاص باذن الله هتبقى الداتا انتجريتي دي فيها حاجه كويسه، ومش هنكويشن ات ومش هننفستيجيت ات. بس ده لمين؟ ده الببليكيشنز اوريدي اتعملت، يعني حاجه بتدور على الماضي، واحنا مش بندور على الماضي، احنا عايزين نبريفنت. ودايما بنقول الوقايه خير من العلاج. يعني احنا عايزين ندور على البريفنشن، مش عايزين ندور على الديتكشن. هم هنا بيدوروا على الديتكشن. يبقى ازاي هنفكر في المستقبل؟ هو ده اللي احنا هندخل فيه، وده الكور بتاعنا، ان احنا ازاي نستخدم التكنولوجي في الفيوتشر عشان نبريفنت او نمبروف الداتا انتجريتي. مش هنبص على الاوريدي ببلشد ارتكلز، لا احنا هندور على اللي لسه بيتعملوا. How would the technology help؟ هتهلب before الستارت بتاع الريسيرش، هتهلب during research، هتهلب after finishing the research. يبقى لازم ناخد واحدة واحدة ونفهم يعني ايه before conducting الستادي. before conducting الستادي دلوقتي بقى على مستوى العالم كله في agreement ان لازم يحصل حاجة اسمها trial registration. لازم تسجلوا الترايل بتاعتكم، التايتل بتاعها والبروتوكول بتاعها. الترايل ريجستريشن ده من غيره مش هتقدروا تنشروا في جورنال ويل ريسبكتد. ده كلمه بسيطه جدا، جورنال محترم يبقى لازم هيسال منك على الرقم بتاع الترايل ريجستريشن. والاوثرشيب، انا كان مثلا في عندنا في الجامعه في 2 اتخانقوا، واحد بعد ما نشر البيبر، في واحد تاني قال انا اشتغلت معاه في البيبر وهو ما حطش اسمي. نحلها ازاي دي مستقبلا؟ بان احنا نعمل حاجه اسمها ريجستريشن للاوثرشيب او الاوردر اوف اوثرز. ممكن الاوردر ده يتعدل بعد كده على حسب المجهود بتاع كل واحد، لكن اللي هيبقى المتفق عليه في الاول كده. السامبل سايز كالكوليشن هتدي فاليديتي للريزلت بتاعتها من الاول بيفور الكوندكتنج الستادي. والاستيميتد تايم تو اند ريكروتمنت، احنا شفنا النهارده استادي قعدت 8 سنين علشان تطلع 80 حاله فقط، كنا سمعناها مع دكتور بديوي. فبالتالي ده لازم نحدد لو هي قعدت 2 3 10 15، ما هو الايفيدنس هيبدا يبقى ويك وهتبقى انفاليد. خلينا في التايتل والبروتوكول الريجستريشن، ده مهم جدا عشان افويد الدبليكيشن، وده موجود في حتت كتيره جدا. الكلينيكال ترايل دوت جاف، الكلينيكال ترايلز دوت جاف دي موجوده وافيلابل، واحنا عاملين عليها انا شخصيا يعني عاملين عليها 12 ريجستريشن لتايتلز وبروتوكولز. ومش بس كده، هتقولوا انها موقع امريكاني زحمه وكده، احنا عندنا دلوقتي في حاجه اسمها البان افريكان كلينيكال ترايل ريجستري شغال، وممكن اي حد ومجانا، يعني مش هيكلف فلوس عشان الناس ما تتضايقش. وكان في واحد زمان اسمه الداتش ريجستري ترايل اتقفل لان هو خلاص بقى له هنعتمد على اليوروبيان ريجستري والامريكان اللي هو الكلينيكال ترايل دوت جاف، لكن في افريقيا في ريجستري. فاحنا بالنسبه لنا الترايل والبروتوكول دي بتاخد مننا ساعه بس على الكمبيوتر الانترنت، بنسجل التايتل وبنسجل الاوثرشيب. السامبل سايز كالكوليشن دي بقت سهله جدا، لان بقى في سوفت وير افيلابل فري على العالم اسمه الجي باور سوفت وير، اسمه كده جي باور سوفت وير دوت فري تو داونلود. ممكن اي حد يعمل السامبل سايز كالكوليشن بس يكون بيفهم، فممكن تستعين بالستاتستيشن، بس مش كل حاجه الستاتستيشن هو اللي هيعملها لك، انت برضو لازم انت تبقى عارف انت بتعمل ازاي عشان هو كمان ما يضحكش عليك. والسامبل سايز كالكوليشن دي مهمه جدا عشان تافويد تايب 2 ايرور. طب ديورنج الستادي، هو ده بقى المهم. ديورنج الستادي ازاي اعمل التكنولوجي هتهلب اس في الديورنج الستادي. دي اهم جزء في المحاضره النهارده لو انتوا عايزين تسمعوها. هنمونيتور البروجرس ازاي؟ انا مشرف على رساله والكانديديت بتاعي لعبي، هعرف ازاي هو بيبروجرس ولا لا؟ في دلوقتي بقى حاجه اسمها ريد كاب سوفت وير. الريد كاب سوفت وير ده داتا انتري سوفت وير افيلابل وفور فري، لكن ليه عيب هنقول عليه حالا. اذا الكانديديت دخل الريد كاب سوفت وير داتا انت كده ضمنت حاجه مهمه جدا، ان ما حصلش، لا يمكن يحصل داتا فولسيفيكيشن، لان الاستاتستكس هتطلع من الداتا دي، ففي داتا هتطلع منها الاستاتستكس. هو مش هيقعد على الترابيزه ويكتب جدول ويطلع فيه بي فاليو مختلفه، هو هيطلع الاستاتستكس من الداتا دي غصب عنه وعنك وعن كل الناس، لان الداتا موجوده فمش هيقدر يلخبط فيها. لكن الريد كاب فيه مشكله، هو فري للجامعات، للمراكز البحثيه. يعني موجود في مصر، موجود في اسكندريه وفي جامعه القاهره وفي القصر العيني عندنا هاب، وفي اسيوط طبعا هي رائده في الحكايه دي. لكن هو مينلي فور بروجكتس. ممكن يبقى ابلايد على رسائل الماجستير والدكتوراه، ممكن يبقى ابلايد على رسائل الماجستير والدكتوراه. هل سهل؟ سهل جدا، ان ممكن اي واحد هو فري، لكن ممكن اي واحد يسال الكوردينيتور بتاع الريد كاب في الجامعه ويديله اكسس ويوزر نيم وباسورد، ودي حصلت معايا انا شخصيا. طيب اذا كان هو للجامعه بس، او ابلكيشن موجود على الفايده بتاعته ان هو ابلكيشن ممكن تدخل البيت داتا وانت قاعد وانت واقف وانت نايم، زي لان هو ابلكيشن موجود على الموبايل. لكن اذا ما كنتش عايز تستخدمه، ايه هي المتاح ليك دلوقتي؟ مايكروسوفت او جوجل نزلت حاجه جديده خالص اسمها جوجل شيتس. جوجل شيت 2022 هي دلوقتي ريد كاب، هي دلوقتي كل المزايا بتاعت ريد كاب، وبمنتهى البساطه ممكن تعمل شير لكل الداتا بتاعتك للبروفيسور بتاعك. يعني طالب الماجستير هيكتب الداتا وهيعمل شير يروح للمشرف الاول والثاني والثالث في نفس الوقت، لان هم الثلاثه الايميلز بتاعتهم موجودين في جوجل شيتس اللي هي 2022. هل دي فري افيلابل كلاود بيز، وبالتالي مش مشكله خالص. بس دي اهم حاجه في الريسيرش، ان انت هتمونيتور البروجرس بتاع الكانديديت بتاعك، هيبقى عارف ان هو لو دخل داتا النهارده والنهارده كان اجازه وما هو ما راحش الشغل، امال هو جاب الداتا دي منين؟ لازم تساله، وساعتها بقى ده اسمه المونيتورنج بتاع الريسيرش. لكن بعد ما هو خلص الريسيرش وانت دلوقتي عايز تبابلش زي ما دكتور بديوي كان بيكلمنا، افتر دوينج ذا ورك لازم نعمل بلاجياريزم. ما هو ممكن ينقل وينتحل اللي هو عايزه، فبنعمل ايه؟ حاجه اسمها بلاجياريزم ديتكشن سوفت وير. ده موجود في الجامعه كلها، تيرن ان ده موجود في الجامعه عندنا فور فري. فور فري للناس اللي بتروح لاكاديميه البحث. يعني في سنترز بحثيه معينه في الجامعه عندنا موجود فيها دوت فور فري، ممكن الواحد يستخدمه عشان يديتكت البلاجياريزم ويحسن من نفسه لو هي طلعت اباف. لكن في حاجه تانية كمان، بعد ما هو خلص الورك وعمل تشيك البلاجياريزم، قام مطلعها في حاجه اسمها ويب سايت اسمه ريسيرش سكوير. ريسيرش سكوير ده ملتقى الباحثين، اي باحث هتلاقي فيه بتاع بترول وبتاع الجيولوجيا وبتاع القمر وبتاع الفلك وخلافه، هيعمل ايه؟ هيطلع البيبر بتاعته. الانترستد في الانفيرتيليتي والريبرودكشن هيبصوا على الارتكلز بتاعت الانفيرتيليتي والريبرودكشن. ما ده مش معناه ان هو نشرها، ده ملتقى الباحثين، كل واحد هيبص ويبدا يكومنت. من خلال الكومنتس دي انا هقدر احسن الريسيرش بتاعي، هقدر احسن الكلام بتاعي. ممكن يقول لي فكره او ما انا عاملها وراجع تاني نشرها مره تانية، وبعد كده ابعتها للجورنال بقى اللي انا عايز انشر عليه. ده مفيد، ده كان مفيد، ده اكتر حاجه عملت الفضيحه بتاع الايفرمكتين بيبر. الفضيحه الكبيره بتاعت الايفرمكتين مع العلاج الكوفيد هي دي كانت طلعت من الريسيرش سكوير، لما الناس لقت ان هو عمال يغير في الداتا ويغير في الريزلتس ويغير 4 مرات، وبداوا يدوروا على الداتا بتاعته لغايه ما لقوا انها فابريكيتد. طيب خلاص، احنا دلوقتي عايزين التايم اوف بابليكيشن. انا دلوقتي جات لي انا ريفيور وطلبت الرو داتا، والرو داتا جات لي. ممكن اعمل ايه؟ ممكن افحص انا الرو داتا. افحص ايه بقى في الرو داتا؟ الرقم اليمين دايما في الرو داتا في النتائج بتاعته، لو هو موست فريكوينت الرقم اليمين ده، يبقى اعرف ان الداتا دي حاجه اسمها فابريكيتد. هل انا اللي هعملها؟ لا، مش انا برضو اللي هعملها. في تيست اسمه كاي سكوير تيست فور يونيفورميتي اوف ديجيت ديستريبيوشن. لو طلع ده ابنورمال من الرايت موست ديجيت، يبقى في الحاله دي في كونسيرن اباوت الداتا انتجريتي بارت، في كونسيرن اباوت الداتا، وهي دي اللي كشفت الايفرمكتين سكاندل. طيب الجورنال نفسها خلاص انا نشرتها وطلعت في اللانست. الجورنال دلوقتي بقت بتستخدم نصحة، عرفت ان في تكه، فبدات بتستخدم بروجرام اسمه بايلوت. البايلوت دوت مهمته كلها انها تشوف البير ريفيوينج. انا كان مراجع او انا كاوثر بعت قلت يا اخوانا انا اسمي هشام العناني وبرشح هشام جابر ان هو يبقى الريفيور بتاع البيبر دي، وانا اسمي هشام جابر العناني، فهم ما يعرفوش، وليا ايميل تاني بهشام جابر، وليا ايميل تالت بهشام عبد الوهاب، فبالتالي هم عندهم بايلوت ستادي عشان يشوفوا الانيوجوال سبمشن والبير ريفيو اكتيفيتي، هل في لعب ولا ما فيهوش لعب. دي موجوده، موجوده، دي اتعملت، ده كلافريت دلوقتي عاملاها في كل الجورنالز بتاعتها. لكن اهم حاجه بيطلبوها دلوقتي هو الاي بي دي، ودي تاني حاجه لازم تفتكروها. اذا كان اول حاجه هي البي اي البرنسبل انفستيجيتور، يبقى لازم تفتكروا الاي بي دي. الاي بي دي هي الانديفيدوال بيشنت داتا. هي دي النيو ايرا، مفيش حد هيقدم غير لما يقدم معاها الانديفيدوال بيشنت داتا. الانديفيدوال بيشنت داتا دي هتافويد الفابريكيشن، يبقى احنا افويد الفولسيفيكيشن والبلاجيريزم، ودلوقتي بنافويد الفابريكيشن. بنافويد الفابريكيشن ازاي؟ من انا عندي الفايل نمبر والبيشنت اي دي والالكترونيك فايل ستورج. الالكترونيك فايل ستورج ده هيبقى كلاود بيز، ممكن يبقى كلاود بيز وممكن يبقى على كمبيوتر هارد ديسك، لكن انت لازم تاخد بالك. هل كده خلصت؟ لا، هي اتنشرت لكن في بعد كده انا شكيت فيها، شكيت في البيبر اللي زميلي عملها، بعت له ولقيته ان هو عمل ميس كوندكت. دلوقتي بقى في حاجه اسمها ريتراكشن زون، ريتراكشن ويب سايت. اي بيبر بيطلع عليها ميس كوندكت بتتحط في الويب سايت ده، بتتفضح يعني بمعنى اصح. فبالتالي تاخدوا بالكم ان اي حد حصل له اي مشكله فضحته موجوده على الريتراكشن ويب سايت اللي هي دوت الريتراكشن داتابيز. لكن في نقطه مهمه لازم ناخد بالنا منها جدا جدا جدا. هتقعد محتفظ بالداتا بتاعتك دي قد ايه؟ المينيمم دلوقتي بقى اجريمنت هو 10 years. ازاي هتكيب يور داتا؟ كلاود بيز، حطها بس على كلاود واعرف اليوزر نيم والباسورد بتوعك وسيبها 10 سنين 5 سنين، مش مهم تقعد كل شويه تبص عليها، هم المسؤولين عنها طالما انت حطيتها كلاود بيز. اكسسبل اني وير افري تايم، اني تايم انت عايزه. الاوبن ده اجريمنت كونسنسس ان هي بتبقى المينيمم داتا ريتنشن، اسمها ريسيرش ريتنشن تايم 10 years. التكنولوجي كان هيلب، التكنولوجي كان هيلب ازاي؟ بتمنع الدبليكيشن عن طريق الريجستريشن، بتمنع الفولسيفيكيشن عن طريق الريد كاب، بتمنع البلاجيريزم عن طريق التيرن ان، بتمنع الفابريكيشن عن طريق الاي بي دي الانديفيدوال بيشنت داتا، بتخلي الاستورج بتحسنه. هيفضل 10 سنين وانت مش هتدفع على فلوس ولا هتعمل اي حاجه، الداتا موجوده هناك. حتى بعد كده اتفضحت هتبقى موجوده في الريتراكشن ويب سايت، موجوده وهتفضل موجوده، دي ما فيهاش مشكله. لكن احنا عايزين نقدم ايه اللي احنا عملناه؟ انا بقول ان احنا عايزين نبقى براكتيكال، فخلينا براكتيكال شويه ونقول ايه الموديل اللي احنا عملناه في اسم امراض النساء والتوليد. احنا في القصر العيني عندنا عملنا حاجه اسمها البيج داتا اركايف، بقى عندنا ارشيف الكتروني لكل الابحاث والرسائل الماجستير والدكتوراه. ما بقاش في عندنا حاجه اسمها ايسي، كله لازم يبقى سيسيس. البروتوكول والماستر شيت بيبقى انكلودد في الرساله ساعه المناقشه، سواء رساله الماجستير او رساله الدكتوراه. البروتوكول والداتا الماستر شيت بقى انكلودد في من اول 2022 في الماجستير والدكتوراه. ومش بس كده، قلنا في بقى مش لازم نخرج من اطار الرسائل الماجستير والدكتوراه، الباقيين اللي عايزين يعملوا بيبرز ويطلعوها لازم يجيبوا لنا الداتا بتاعتهم، الرو داتا الانديفيدوال بيشنت داتا، علشان نقدر نديهم اسكال ابروفال، نديهم اي ار بي انستتيوشنال ريفيو بورد نمبر. اذا كانوا هم عايزين النمبر ده لازم يجيبوا لنا الرو داتا. مش بس كده، احنا لازم نفهم الناس زي ما انا قاعد معاكم كده بقول لكم، فبنعمل لهم تريننج بروجرامز لازم، والتريننج بروجرام دول للجونيور اجباري مش باختياري. الجونيورز كلهم اجباري، السينيور اللي عايز يتعلم اهلا بيه وسهلا، اللي مش عايز يتعلم هو حر. لكن في تريننج بروجرامز بنعملها مرتين في السنه، في فبراير وفي نوفمبر. ومش بس كده، عملنا حاجه اسمها لاين اوف ريسيرش عشان يبقى هم انترستد، يبقى في ده صحيح ريدي ميد، لكن برضه بنحاول ان احنا نعمل لهم حاجه اسمها لاين اوف ريسيرش. يعني بنوجه الريسيرش في الاسم للاينز معينه، زي مثلا الفيتال ميديسن. السجست توبيك دي ممكن تبقى الكترونيكالي ديستريبيوتد لمين؟ لكل الاستاف اللي في الاسم عندنا فور فري، طبعا فور فري. دي توبكس عشان هم تساعدهم ان هم يفكروا ويلاقوا افكار كتيره ممكن يشتغلوا بيها. حتى على السيزيريان سيكشن بنقدم لهم افكار عليها، بنحاول نساعدهم، طبعا بنحاول نساعدهم. بس مش بس كده، ما وقفناش على القصر العيني، احنا عاملين دلوقتي ميموراندوم اوف اندرستاندينج مع سام امراض النساء والتوليد في الاذر يونيفرسيتيز، مختارين خمس جامعات اخرى، وهنعمل معاهم ريتن اجريمنت وسيجنتشر يوم 15 مارس اللي جاي في البحث العلمي. هل في افكار تانية نعملها؟ ما هو اللي احنا بنعمله دوت بنقوله كل المحاضره دي، عايزين نستخدم التكنولوجي، فبالتالي هنابلاي للريد كاب او الجوجل شيت اجباري فور اني ثيسيس هيبقى اجباري. الكترونيك اركايف دوت هيبقى فور اول بيشنت معاهم IBD، مش بس مجرد الكترونيك اركايف بالاسم والمشرفين. الكوميتي بتاعت داتا انتجريتي هتبقى استابليشد من مارس اللي جاي، وهيبقى ماسكها الاستاذ الدكتور عبد الحميد عطيه. يعني بمعنى اصح احنا ماشيين خطوات وهنعمل لسه خطوات. طيب الكي ازاي؟ الكي انها لازم هتبقى اجباري، ملهاش حل، لازم هتبقى اجباري. بس لو انا عملتها اجباري الناس هتكرهنا والناس هتتذمر مننا. لازم نساعدهم، لازم نمد لهم كل حاجه ونديهم كل حاجه. زي ما انا بقول لكم ادي سوفت وير موجود اهو فور فري، والستاتستكس والسامبل سايز هتقدروا تعملوها، برضه انتوا تعملوها، بس هتعملوها وانا هجيبها لكم لحد عندكم، بس هتعملوها. هو ده الكي عندنا، ان هو هيبقى اجباري. فعلا هيبقى عندنا يونت فور ريسيرش اكسلنس باذن الله. لما كل ده هيتحقق هتبقى يونت اوف ريسيرش اكسلنس، هنسيف تايم اند ماني، فعلا هنسيف تايم ماني. طب الكونكلوجن بتاعنا ايه في الموضوع ده كله؟ الكونكلوجن حاجه واحده بس، هسيبكم تقروها. شكرا لكم. شكرا.
شكرا جزيلا الاستاذ الدكتور هشام العناني على ايضاح علاقه التكنولوجيا بالريسيرش انتجريتي. بنشكر حضرتك جدا، وطبعا كلها افكار ابليكابل وكان بي دان. ثانك يو. دلوقتي يسعدني اقدم ماي دير بروفيسور وماي دير منتور السيد الاستاذ الدكتور محمد فتح الله، استاذ التوليد وامراض النساء جامعه اسيوط، ومدير مركز تطوير التعليم الطبي بالكليه. تفضل مشكورا.
Thank you, Dr. Mahmoud. I would like to thank the organizing committee for giving me this opportunity to present in your prestigious meeting. I will talk about the best practices in conducting randomized clinical trials with the aim of giving a practical advice and for the aim of showing how a major undertaking randomized trials are. So I would like to thank already. I will give an introduction what is the classic randomized controlled trials and what is its status for major journals in infertility and assisted reproduction. I will give them best practices for design, implementation, and reporting and interpretation. This is the gold standard. Randomized controlled studies are the gold standard for assessing effectiveness of therapy. As originally described, it is a randomized where the investigators do not have a role in choosing to which group each individual is assigned. It is a controlled, it should have a comparative group receiving either a standard treatment or another similar drug but free of active material called placebo, or receiving even no treatment. It is double-blinded where neither the participant nor the person assessing the outcome know to which group the participant is assigned. It is a parallel group where one group receives treatment A, another group receives treatment B. It is all in its classic form. It was based on proving superiority, meaning that the experimental drug is thought to be superior to the alternative drug. In an analysis of the quality of reporting in infertility journals, these are major infertility journals, top 20, I think. None completed the 25 items required in the consort guidelines, which we will come back to at the end of the presentation. Sequence generation allocation concealment was not described in 70%. These are major issues in the design. 1/3 did not publish a flow chart of the study flow. 72% did not show absolute or relative effect size measures, the actual effect of difference between the two groups. 42 did not have any measures of precision, and 42 did not discuss any limitation. 78% did not mention generalizability or the external applicability of the results to the population at large. So the best practice of design, and we conceive a research idea as Dr. Bidewi has alluded to, we should work on refining this idea to achieve the following outcome. Research in general, when you choose a design, you choose it because you want to avoid any suspected biases, meaning systematic errors in one direction, and also you want to account for what we call confounders. These confounders are other factors that may explain the difference between the group. So you want to show that you have accounted for all these confounders. So in idea, we follow a famous PICO acronym, PICO, where P is the problem or population. There is a trade-off between, when you choose your population, between validity and generalizability. The more restricted you choose your group, in your conclusion, this may mean that these are not generalizable to a large group. In intervention, there should be an adequate intervention for description of the intervention to allow replication of the study. Comparator, we should discuss whether the placebo versus the active control, and the protocol for the comparator should be adequately described in the same detail as the intervention. Regarding outcome, unfortunately, in infertility studies, now it has become universally agreed that a core outcome set, which I will present later, should be used. This is going to make infertility trials more difficult and more time consuming. Biases in randomized controlled trials may be in selection. If you interfered in selected who receives treatment A, or who receives intervention A, and who receives treatment B, there may be a bias. And this is minimized by proper randomization and randomization concealment, meaning that the investigator is not responsible for doing the randomization process. Bias in loss to follow up in one group, this should be avoided by what we call intention to treat analysis. I will explain all these concepts later. Treatment bias, if we administer something in addition to the treatments under investigation, there may be a bias. If a group receives more an additional treatment, the effect may be due to this co-treatment. So this should be documented in the methods and reported in the results. Also bias in information about the outcome, which will be prevented by blinding single, double, or even triple blinding by blinding persons doing the analysis to each group the individual is allocated. So it can be done randomization by coin tossing, drawing straws, or quasi-randomization by chart numbers using subject's date of birth. These are all now unacceptable methods. The only method that will be acceptable for publication in international journal is a computer-generated random number table. In infertility trials, an advice is to randomize as late as possible. Remember, if you are using a trial in ICSI or IVF, if you randomized at the start of the ICSI program and you will give the intervention later, some cycles may be cancelled, some patients may develop complications, and you will have to exclude them. So keep the randomization process just before an intervention is administered. Conceal the group allocation by separating the randomization list from the investigator. A third party has to be used, such as a pharmacist or another independent person. The response to an intervention is not only a reflection of the intervention administered. It's the patient expectation, the knowledge about the treatment may impact. Actually, in infertility studies where randomization was later on found, where blinding was later on found to have failed, 40% more effect size has been reported, meaning there was an exaggeration of the treatment effect by knowing in which study you are on. We should protect against the placebo effect. If the patient knew they are having the control intervention also, this is from a pragmatic point of view, they are less likely to continue or to comply with the treatment. This problem of co-intervention is important, but sometimes it's difficult not to give a co-intervention. If your intervention is expected to have side effects, it is ethically important that you will include how will you manage these side effects, and you should not deny it just because you don't want to give a co-intervention. So you will have to report it in your results. A famous design in infertility trials, the crossover design, was where a clinical study in the first run, one group receives treatment A, the other group receives treatment B. Then after a period, you give the first group treatment B and the other group treatment A. This was specially found to be appealing for IVF trials because outcomes used to be reported as per cycle, not per patient, and you will use smaller sample size and the groups will be exactly the same. However, there is a major problem in infertility if you use this design, is that those who will become pregnant after the first cycle will not definitely enroll in the second cycle of treatment and then will be considered dropouts. Intention to treat analysis, meaning that the denominator is all the subjects who participated in the study, not only those whom we have complete information on. By the way, the case of Vioxx that Dr. Isam referred to was a case where Pfizer presented a per protocol analysis, meaning only patients whom they have full information on to the FDA. Based on these results, FDA approved Vioxx. They did not lie. FDA did not ask about intention to treat data, but they were later on revealed. There are other designs which I caution people when they, if they want to embark on, they require special training and consideration, which are the equivalence or non-inferiority. Means you want to design a study where you do not prove the superiority, that the treatment A is better, that they are either equivalent or not less inferior, meaning we accept that it is less effective, but it may be simpler, less expensive, more acceptable by patients. So we should accept as preset non-inferiority margin. We should use an active control. Of course, you cannot use a placebo for the second arm. And also, equivalence studies require a large sample size.
الإخوة اللي في بخارة بس الصوت لو سمحت الصوت.
حاضر شكرا. Require a large sample size because you want to prove they are exactly the same with a very limited range, which will increase the sample size in your sample size formula. You account for confounders by a thorough literature review and excluding those with these potential confounders from eligibility, or stratify them doing a stratified analysis or a regression analysis to test for the independent effect. The core outcome set that has been proposed is viable intrauterine pregnancy confirmed by ultrasound, singleton, twin, and higher multiple pregnancy loss, live birth, anomalies, other complications. These may mean that to fully report an outcome, you may have to wait for quite longer time rather than the usual clinical pregnancy rate or biochemical pregnancy rate that was used. In implementation, there are standard practices. They are called good clinical practice that funding bodies or institutional review boards should comply with them to ensure that they are conducted within the ethical principles of the Helsinki Declaration. Before a trial is initiated, a full discussion of the benefits and risks of intervention, right, safety, and well-being of the trial should be discussed, and the trial should be scientifically sound and showing potential for benefit. The investigator should never violate the protocol that was approved by the IRB. This is seen as a major offense. The medical care should be offered by those who are qualified, of course, and any part of the study that is conducted also should be conducted by those who are qualified to do these parts. For randomization, statistical analysis, writing, free informed consent must be also moved. Also, the quality of the records and their confidentiality. Best practice in is called the consolidating statement of reporting trial. This was not seen to be entirely suitable, though it is further defined by a modification called the imprint modification to the. This includes about 25 items of the consort trial, where some modifications related to infertility trials. I advise those who are writing a manuscript, including a randomized control trial, if someone is brave enough to do so after hearing all these difficulties, to use. I summarize here some of the presentation. I want to stress, for example, something like the outcomes, where we should stress the primary outcomes, live birth, delivery more than 20 weeks of, including the age, birth weight, and sex of the infant. For example, in participant, you should the number of couples who were screened and eligible. Baseline data state the duration of infertility, primary or secondary relevant obstetric history cause of infertility. A preferred unit of analysis is per randomized individual or couple, rather than per cycle of treatment. The part that the modification emphasizes most is the reporting of adverse events, where many infertility trials were accused of underreporting adverse events, and they are specified in the checklists. So in conclusion, RCT is not an easy thing to do in medicine, but especially so in infertility. Any trial to pragmatize randomized controlled trials such as the crossover design is fraught with a risk of reduced validity. Currently required core outcomes, it means quite long follow-up for a promotion type research. Using of the good clinical practice for implementation is essential, and use the imprint modification for consort statement in reporting. Thank you for your kind invitation.
Thank you, Professor Muhammad, for this very fruitful presentation. And now it's my pleasure. We have some change in the agenda you have, or in the program you have. And it's of my pleasure that I will introduce Professor Dina Shokri. Professor Dina Shokri is the professor in forensic and clinical toxicology, and she is the president or the head of the Central Research Ethics Committee of Egypt. And her presentation is on the informed consent as an essential component of research integrity. The floor is yours, Dr. Dina.
Yes, okay. Thanks a lot, Professor Azza, for the nice presentation, chair and floor. Assalamu alaikum. Let us take you from the data integrity and having another aspect of research, which is the humane part, which included the integrity as well of the research, but from the transparency and objectivity point of view. Let us start with the words of the George Bernard Shaw about the communication. He said the single biggest problem in communication is the illusion that it has been taking place. Communication is a crucial point when it comes to the informed consent, and I'm going to speak on the informed consent from the aspect of having the role as the essential component of the research integrity. The outline of my presentation is why it is important to have the informed consent, why it is referred to as a process. It's not just a form to sign, and all the question cues about the informed consent process, elements of the informed consent form, consent online survey, and finally the taking home message. What is informed consent? Informed consent is a process by which a subject voluntarily confirms his or her willingness to participate in a particular trial. As for the International Conference on Harmonization Good Clinical Practice, the informed consent is documented by means of written, signed, and dated form. So what about the historical aspect of the informed consent? The concept of autonomy just started in 1891 by the Persian Minister of Interior about the tuberculin in the treatment of tuberculosis, which raised the aspect of personal willingness. In 1907, the Sir William Osler endorsed the necessity of informed consent in medical research. And of course, it is striking the research atrocities by the Nazi during the World War II in concentration camps as well as the killing camps. That resulted in the first Nuremberg tribunal, or the first trial, and the conviction of the research doctor. And this results in the first code, the Nuremberg Code, with the 10 codes, the first of which is the voluntary consent is essential. So what rules do I follow while I'm making a medical research? Federal regulation, the ICH GCP, the sponsor requests, and of course the domestic policies, institutional and national. So the second question, why it is so important to obtain the informed consent? Informed consent is an ethical requirement as well as it is a legal one. It assures the protection of the right, safety, and well-being of the subjects, and it ensures as well that the subjects accurately informed, comprehends, and so the decision is voluntary. Or otherwise, the subjects can sue you, the ethical approval can be withdrawn, the future proposals may not be supported, inspection and audit requirements may not be met with. Again, the informed consent is an ethical requirement. This is the basic ethical principles, and in order to fulfill or to achieve the autonomy codes, as well as there is the other research codes of ethics, Nuremberg, Humes, and the Belmont Report, and here are the statements which mandate the informed consent for the medical research. So what about the situation here? It's a legal mandate in Egyptian laws. The Egyptian Constitution 2004, the highest rank of law in Egypt, in Article 60 mandate the informed consent, as well as the Egyptian medical regulations and medical profession ethics 238 to the year 2003. And finally, the clinical research law law number 214 to the year 2020. All these laws mandate the informed consent before any trial. Who is going to obtain the informed consent? The principal investigator in the first place, but he can designate one of the study personnel trained by him, and it is mandated to have the intimate familiarity with the protocol and the ability to communicate effectively. Very important issue that we have to take care about is the conflict of role. The role between the physician as a healer, the well-being of the patients is the primary goal, and the researcher or the data collector. This might give rise to two phenomena: the therapeutic misconception and the therapeutic mispresentation by overestimation of the benefits and underestimation of the potential risks. Who is going to give the informed consent? The adults and the competent one, or otherwise it will be delegated to the subject's legally authorized representative. I want to throw light on the vulnerable population while obtaining the informed consent: the children, the illiterate people, the people with the hearing or vision impairment, the or cognitively impaired subjects, or the persons who cannot sign, the prisoners, students, and the people who got the economically or the educationally disadvantaged. So we have to have an extra measure in order to keep the informed consent informed and understood. The informed consent, how you are going to obtain the informed consent. It's like teaching tool. It should be as simple as possible and as short as possible as well, to avoid jargon and mid-speak. The sentences should be short and the font size is readable. There is the blank spaces in between lines, and it could be read by the students 5th to 7th grade, so it should be as simple as possible. And you can use as supplemental strategies like visual aids, pamphlets, video, computer presentation. So before any study procedure are performed, and after the IRB approval, the review of the consent form and the questions and answer has to be, the questions and concerns has to be answered, the discussion with the family, friends, and other providers, and adequate time for consideration from the subject side. So why it is referred to as a process? Because it's ongoing interaction between the subject and research personnel, starting by the first contact and exchange of information, and continue beyond the termination of the study. Each contact is an opportunity to reiterate information and to ensure that the participation continue to be fully informed and voluntarily decided. So the process of the informed consent starts with the introduction of the child idea to provide the written and verbal information, time to consider the trial and ask questions, agreement to proceed by signed and dated consent form, confirm willingness of the subjects during the visits, and have if there is an amendment, we have to be sure that it doesn't need the reconsenting from the subjects. And you have to identify the suitability of the participants against the inclusion and exclusion criteria. Okay. Thanks a lot. The elements of the informed consent form include the protocol number and name, the purpose of the study, duration of the study and subject involvement, the statement that the protocol and the informed consent form have been reviewed, risk and benefits, alternative treatment, confidentiality records, number of the subjects, compensation if injury, and the type of the questions to be asked and should be answered as well, description of the participant's decision, contact details, reimbursement, responsibilities. We have to assure the subject's satisfaction, and the understandable language should be used, and a copy of the consent should be handed to the patient or to the subject or the legally representative person, and the signature of the copy of the informed consent form. In order to complete this document, all blank spaces should be completed, no additions or deletions, signature should be obtained. From whom? From the patients or the authorized representative, and here are the different codes of practice and codes of ethics with the statement in each one, which give the patient and the authorized person the authority to sign in. The document distribution, after we finish the informed consent, should be handed to the patient or representative, and again, these are the codes of practice that tell us about this. I found it is beneficial just to have a suggestion of the informed consent for the online surveys, because in the era of COVID, there is lots and lots of the online surveys, and many of them didn't include the informed consent from the participants. So the online survey informed consent should have the title and goal of the research, the name of the investigator and funding agency if applicable, the qualification of the participants, the a statement that the participation is voluntary, and the statement, another statement that you might not be benefit directly from this survey, but it will lead to the benefits to the community, for instance. And give him or her the opportunity to skip any questions, and you have to assure that all information should be kept completely confidential to the full extent of law, and give them the opportunity to ask any questions if it is related to the study, to the PIs, or if it is related to you're right, you have to ask the IRB representative. And finally, by completing, you have to state that by completing the survey, you are consenting to participate in the study, and you have to keep a copy of this informed consent at your record. So what are the taking home messages? Informed consent is a key document in protecting the right of the study subjects, and the procurement of the consent ensures the human dignity of the participants as well as show respect to them. The informed consent ensures that the research subject will understand the nature of the research and they decide voluntarily. Investigators is primarily responsible for the ethical parts of the research, and investigators as well should communicate the importance of the informed consent with the research staff. And this is the checklist for the reviewing of the informed consent form. It is conducted by the Central IRB affiliated to the Supreme Council of University Hospitals that I'm honored to be the chair. And finally, I leave you again with the words from George Bernard Shaw: be aware of false knowledge. It's more dangerous than ignorance. Thank you.
جزيلا دينا على المحاضرة الرائعة، وحضرتك بصفتك ريبريزنتيف للريسيرش ان ايجيبت، يعني نرجو ان احنا على نهاية الورك شوب دي يبقى نترجم الكلام ده لكلام عملي. يعني اذا كان نعمل مثلا انتجريشن مع المنظمين الورك شوب ان كل الريكومنديشنز والحاجات ازاي هنحولها في جامعاتنا المصرية كلها الى واقع حقيقي. يعقوب arrived. It's my great pleasure to introduce Professor محمود عبد العليم. يمكن هو بدأ الورك شوب في الأول لكن ما خدش حقه من التكريم. بروفيسور دكتور محمود عبد العليم is a professor of obstetrics and gynecology at Asyut University. Is not like that. He is the great researcher doing many researches and is contributing to the this workshop with the conference. عايز اقول هو مع الدكتور محمد فوزي is the dynamo of this workshop. He will address his lecture about lessons from the National Academy of Science report. Professor Mahmoud.
Thanks Mr. Chairman, Co-Chairman. أنا ليا الشرف إن أبقى وسط حضراتكم ككوردينيتور عن الورك شوب أو كبريزنتر. This is a very good initiative اللي كلنا لازم نستغلها. طبعا أنا شايف ما بين أساتذتي العظماء الكبار ما بين إخواتي الباحثين الشباب، ده طبعا إن شاء الله نطلع بفايدة من الورك شوب دوت. ودايما العلم متواصل ودايما يعني بينتقل من الأستاذ القديم إلى الأستاذ الأحدث ثم التلميذ. و this presentation I owe its virtue to أستاذي العزيز والفاضل الأستاذ الدكتور محمود فتح الله، لأن البرزنتيشن ده ليه قصة. I was nominated at the head of ethics committee of the university 8 weeks back. الساعة 2 الظهر جاني تليفون من أستاذي الفاضل أستاذ الأساتذة الأستاذ الدكتور محمود فتح الله. ازيك يا محمود يا ابني، ازيك يا سعادة البيه. قال لي مبروك and if you'd like to do something good for your research ethics committee please read this book. It will be a good start for you. Then he stopped and do you have the book? I said no. So he told me I will email it to you. The most strange thing is he has called me the second day to be sure that I have got the book through the email and started to read it. Thanks to him, and it was a great advice and a gift from the professor. This is the first page of the book. It's called Fostering Integrity in Research. It was published and printed 2017. 300 26 pages. It is issued by the National Academies of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine in the US. This book, when I tried to go through it, first I have to give you an introduction about it. The national academies in the US are main three, one of the engineering, one science, and the youngest of them is the National Academy of Medicine that was established in 1970. All of them make a single concrete society that aims at providing independent, objective advice for education and research. Recently, the research enterprise faces new and complex challenges in fostering integrity and in dealing with the consequences of research misconduct and detrimental research practices. Serious cases of research misconduct may be gone undetected for many years, continue to emerge with disturbing regularity both in the US and around the world. This means that the research misconduct is a global problem. Research misconduct, unfortunately, makes the investment in the research not producing reliable knowledge. As the authors of this book said, the motivation to produce this book is to unify the efforts that are needed to promote or to foster research integrity. This is the complex relationship between all the research process, individual researchers, the media, research institutions and universities, the sponsors and the funders, journals and societies, and other, the education, the funding system, the incentives, research misconduct policies and regulations, the publications. All these issues should be studied to foster the research integrity. هتلاحظوا حضراتكم انه الليسونز دي كلها ميكسد، في حاجات تخص الريسيرشر، حاجات تخص البوليسي ميكرز، المهم في النهايه تو امبروف دي ريسيرش انتجريتي. دورت على كلمه فوستر لقيت ليها معنى، المعنى العادي بتاعها تو encourage the development of something، لكن لقيت ليها معنى تاني اقوى جدا، to develop a feeling or an idea in oneself، يعني بيزرع جواك الحاجه، not just to teach you something to forget but to develop the feeling or idea to be in oneself. وديت المعنى المطلوب من كلمة fostering not encouraging. For lesson number 1, we should all work together to align the values and ideas of research in an all-in-one approach. And we have to, all of us, to respond to threats to research integrity. الكومبلكس نتورك اللي شفناها من شوية كلها لازم تشتغل مع بعض. لو حلقة واحدة بس اللي اشتغلت الدنيا مش هتمشي في الاتجاه المطلوب. Lesson number 2, there is actually a change, there is reformation and transformation of the research environment in the last 20 years because of the growth in the size and scope of research innovations, because of the globalization of research and complexity of collaboration, because of the expansion of regulatory requirements، كل شوية قوانين وقواعد بتطلع، because of the increased focus on sponsored research، وده بيخلي فيه مشاكل ethical في بعض الأوقات، growing importance of information technology in research زي ما قال أستاذنا الدكتور هشام، while understanding of how colleagues' incentives and environments might influence the ethical decision. في مصر هنا عندنا الجراند سيستم قد يكون ضعيف، مطلوب من الساده الباحثين انه ينشر في هاي امباكت جورنال في هايبر كومبتيتيف انفايرمنت، لازم عشان اترقى كذا بحث بكيو 1 بكيو 2 بما شابه. والوظيفه نفسها، المعيد مش هيبقى مدرس مساعد غير بكذا، المدرس المساعد مش هيبقى مدرس غير بكذا وهكذا. الهايبر كومبتيتيف انفايرمنت وده جراند سيستم ضعيف بيخلي فيه بريشر وبيطلع abnormal research atmosphere and abnormal researcher behavior. يبتدي بقى رساله الماجستير يطلع منها بحثين ويعمل سلايسنج للداتا، رساله الدكتوراه يطلع منها 3 ابحاث عشان وتلاحظ الداتا ابتدت يبقى فيها نوع من التشابه. Actually they were coming from a good research but then sliced later on with this abnormal researcher behavior. الحاجات دي كلها لازم تصلح. Lesson number 3, we have to adopt the highest standards for research. هناخد في الأربعة دول the last one which is the most important, mentoring. All our dear professors or our senior staff should engage themselves with the students. He shouldn't left the student till the last end and he said that this thesis is bad or it is rubbish. We have to ensure that senior leaders are guiding and actively engaged in the research. بعد كده الباقي كله سهل. Monitoring, dealing with the allegation of misconduct ده شيء مهم جدا، وزي ما الدكتور عصام قال في محاضرة أستاذنا الدكتور فتح الله إن كان في قرار النيابة الإدارية العليا بفصل أستاذ جامعي، ده كلام لازم يتاخد في الاعتبار إن أي allegation of misconduct لو ثبت يبقى ليه البينالتيز بتاعته. Monitoring قلناها، والresearch culture to create and sustain the culture through effective training and education. The fourth lesson is we have to protect, respect and respond to the concerns of a good faith whistleblowers. Whistleblowers اللي هم مجموعة الناس اللي ممكن يهاجم البحث العلمي بتاعك، عمال يصفر بالصفارة يقول البحث ده غلط أو ما شابه. We should not ignore these complaints. We should respond to these complaints. We should reply to these complaints to the maximum effort as we can to defend against ourselves. زي ما قال أستاذنا الدكتور فتح الله there will be a damage to the whole country مع الأشياء دي. Inadequate responses to the expressed concerns constituted a critical point of failure. ان انا مجرد ان انا ما اردش عليه او ارد رد مش علمي او رد مش منطقي كاني انا فعلا متهم وام جلطي، وده بيؤدي الى خسراننا للقضيه. lesson number 5، في اماكن فيها research integrity advisory board and it is a must to establish as independent neutral non-profit organization. مجموعه من العلماء مسؤوله عن الريسيرش انتجريتي ادفايسوري بورد لازم يشتغلوا to stimulate the efforts to assess research environment. ملهاش اي علاقه لا بالانفستيجيشنز ولا بالريجوليشنز ولا بالاكريديتيشن. بالمناسبه ميزانيتها السنويه في امريكا 3 مليون دولار، وكاتبين ده رقم بسيط يعني او هزيل يعني، بس هم they are like to maintain the integrity through this committee. Number 6، the principles of the authorship. وهتلاحظوا حضراتكم ان في حاجات هتتكرر في البرزنتيشنز بتاعت المجموعه كلها لانه دي حاجات مهمه جدا. اول حاجه who is the author؟ The author who made a significant intellectual contribution during the planning, performing, analyzing or writing the paper. This is the definition of the author. Those who engage in the activities should be designated as the authors and all of them should approve the final manuscript. ما فيش حاجة اسمها واحد يبعت بيبر تتنشر ويمضي لزمايله أو ما يمضيش أو ينسى يكتب حد. الكلام ده كله نوع من أنواع الريسيرش مسكوندكت. وطبعا لازم نحدد الكورسبوندنج اوثر اللي مسؤول عن الردود والذي منه. To require disclosure of the rules and contributions in the paper. And we have to forget all about the gift or honorary author، ان انا واحد صاحب اكتبه وانا صاحبه فيكتبني. الكلام ده لم يعد مقبول وبيرجع علينا ب research misconduct behavior. الحاجة السابعة all research enterprise، المجتمع البحثي كله should ensure that the information present is sufficient to allow reproduction of the work at the time of publication or as soon as possible after that. طبعا هو دلوقتي هيبتدي المجلات بتطلب انك تقدم الرو داتا وتقدم كل الورق with the manuscript اللي انت هتقدمه. And to allow this reproduction I have to allow storage of data, archiving of data زي ما دكتور هشام قال من شويه. But this needs some fund في بعض الأماكن ولازم الداتا دي allow others to inspect. ما نزعلش لما حد بيراجع ورانا. To inspect, assess and perhaps adapt the methods. الحاجة اللي بعد كده we have to adopt new technologies طبعا دكتور هشام استفاض فيها. digital data collection and automatic plagiarism detection softwares. وهنا لازم balance two arms ببعض, the right arm وال left arm. The right arm the patient privacy and to preserve the scientific attribution to the work. Left arm طبعا we have to decrease the detrimental research practice and decrease the research misconduct practice. الحاجتين دول بنوزنهم ببعض بحيث نوصل في الاخر لبالانس. Number 10 we have to adopt the policy of transparency in disclosing results. الكلام الكبير ده هو يساوي حاجة واحدة بس, you have to publish negative results as well as positive results. مش لازم البحث العلمي يطلع منه الدواء الفلاني دايما احسن من الدواء العلاني. اخر سنتين كده هتلاحظ كل الابحاث ان انا فرض احسن من ده يطلعوا الاثنين زي بعض زي بعض زي بعض. دي حاجات كلها مهمه جدا واحنا بنعمل البحث. ما اقولش ان انا ناوي ان الدواء ده احسن من الدواء ده او الانترفنشن ده احسن من الانترفنشن ده. both في دماغي لازم يبقوا متساويين till proved otherwise. So we have to report negative results as well as positive results. And the merits of publishing negative results and allows uncovering of the flaws, questioning of the established paradigms, development of the improved research methods, and research نفسه becomes more productive. رقم 11 we have to make education available to support research integrity. وده غرض من أغراض this workshop. All the research enterprise should continue to develop and assist more effective education and other programs supporting the research integrity. And all these should not be local but should be global and across borders. The problems of the research misconduct needs collaboration, needs sharing of experience and training. To sum up, to have a better research integrity, we have to have a better research environment, expanded sharing of data and code of data, complete reporting of results, responsible approaches to publishing, clearer standards for authorship, and better understanding for the causes and consequences of the breaches in integrity, and how dishonesty works depends on the structure of our daily environment. And thank you.
يعقوب دي المحاضرة بتاعته. محاضرة يعقوب كان.
Session 2?
Yes, the session 1.
Session 1?
Yes, 1.
Okay. So yeah, this is session 1.
شكرا دكتور محمود for this marvelous lecture, and now we are waiting for Professor Yaqub Khalaf. Yeah, okay. Professor Yaqub is known to everyone. He is the president of our conference. He is professor of obstetrics and gynecology, London, UK, and he is he does not want any compliment. I know. Is a top researcher. Professor Yaqub is the enemy of non-evidence practice.
I'm so sorry to have missed this very important meeting, but I was chairing also important meeting to do with evidence-based medicine. If you have the slides. So thank you very much for putting up with me and Professor Mahmoud Abdel Alim and my delays. And the title I was giving for this talk is really a philosophical title. Is research a means to an end, or is it the end in itself? The simple answer is research can't be the end. If you are doing research for research's sake, you are sad and you need some psychiatric help. But we do research for a good cause. When we do research and we exercise our eyes and our brains, we aim to achieve something. So what is research? Research aims to do things carefully and in a detailed way when we look at a particular problem or concern using scientific methods. We can't call our browsing into the internet or Facebook research, because it has to have certain methodology. It leads to an in-depth analysis of information that creates space for generating a cascade of ideas. The main objective of research is to explore the unknowns and unlock new ideas and new possibilities. As a researcher, it will expand your knowledge base to engage in research, because you cannot research a subject without reading what is done about this area so far. You will not get money from any funding body if you submit a grant without systematically reviewing the evidence that exists about what you would like to further study. You will learn and gain deeper understanding, and the deeper you dig into a topic, the more well-versed you are. It will keep you up to date. It's not because you are so clever, but because as a matter of necessity, you cannot build onto shaky grounds. You will have to build onto solid grounds. It will build your credibility. You cannot say, I feel or I believe. Believe, it is mostly associated with religion. But when it comes to science, you have to have something concrete. So you will have to have this credibility by the source and the knowledge that you have, and how you can substantiate it. It also provides, as a beneficial product, it provides you with a lot of connection. Because you speak with a researcher who's gone further into the research before you to gain some knowledge. You could have some networking. They might invite you to join you into some research they are doing because of the shared understanding. It is so much important to have those connections that business companies will always have money for research in order to further their scope and get more development. Research will give you curiosity no end. You read about subject, suddenly you find the spark of idea. How about if we pursue this line a little bit further? It will improve our knowledge, and it will just switch on this light bulb to get it further. And in the process, this curiosity will be perpetuating. Now, I told you why, or what advantage research can give us. But if I give you now, I take you back down to earth, to what happens in practice. This is what happens. The official line that we do it to explore new ideas and explore new horizons, and develop novel solutions and solve the problems of the world. And everybody is happy with that, because we are here to serve the society, whether the society is your city or your country or the humanity. But unofficially, we publish papers to travel to conferences like this and get acknowledged, to attract funding, because we would like to do more research, and nobody will take you seriously if you have not published before, to create new systems and solutions, to enhance your CV so that you can be nominated or chosen for your next high-ranking job, to secure academic professorship or promotion, and maybe to impress your people. Your parents will be very proud of you when they see your name in the newspaper or on television for a piece of groundbreaking research. But there is a price for everything. Research and serious research are expensive. If you tell me that you can do serious and groundbreaking research on a shoestring budget, you are mistaken. And some people who are new to this business might assume I'm exaggerating. And most of the expenses will go into the system that assists with making sure that the research is done properly. It's not that patients will be paid. Patients are not expected to be paid or and induced to contribute to research. And a serious organization, if you submit a grant application and find that your costing of the research project that you would like to do is under what is realistic, they will not take you seriously. They will chuck it out. Of course, if it is over what they can afford, they will tell you your research is fantastic, but our budget is limited. We regret to inform you that we can't, but we wish you luck with a richer organization to support your research. I convince you that research is expensive, but if you think research is expensive, try disease, because disease is much more expensive. if we live in ignorance and we keep working in a chaotic and random way, the price of not following systematic methods and adopting research to guide our practice is very, very vastly more expensive than research itself. Now, the whole course is organized to address research misconduct and research integrity and try to just make some contribution to the current epidemic, if not pandemic, of research misconduct that is polluting everywhere. How you generate the evidence, how you conduct your practice, you are left confused because someone says this, someone says that, and even the guidelines development is becoming hampered by those contradictory issues and the superficial understanding of people of what constitute robust research. People will say, but there is evidence. Not every evidence is a good evidence, and we should always look for what is a robust evidence. Integrity is crucial for everything, but more importantly so in research. You cannot conduct research where the integrity is in doubt and expect people to take it seriously or to find its way to application. Research integrity is about the performance of research to the high standard, not about cutting corners, not about multiplying by a factor, not about doing one after another, not about quasi-randomization, or pretending to have done something that it didn't happen. Research misconduct is what happens when you do away with those high standards, and then it gives reason to problems. Some people mistakenly will think that research misconduct is happening only in the poor resource countries or the developing world. You're wrong, because it happens everywhere. In the United States, in Europe, in Australia, everywhere. Of course, it is proportionate, but it does happen everywhere. Here is the degrees of research misconduct, fraud, in USA, in Germany, in Japan, in China, in UK, in India, in so many other countries. Plagiarism, it happens equally in different countries. Duplicate publication in different countries. So it is a global issue, maybe more prominent in some country than the others. I mean, I like this book. I happened to read it. It was not in relationship to research conduct, but it applies here. Why they cheat? And how they get away with it? That is a crucial question we should ask ourselves. I came up with some answer myself because this question was not about research. This book was not about research. The first thing and the major culprit is tolerance. Because if we tolerate cheating in research and research misconduct and just accept it as part of life, we are giving oxygen to that exercise of research of doubtful integrity. Simply because what you tolerate will continue. As long as you're living happily ever after with, why would it go? It is living really and flourishing and reproducing and bringing small children every day. It is important for people really to always be reminded the end does not justify the means. Just because you would like to be so and so, it doesn't mean that you should really go all costs, breaking all rules, including ethics and honesty and integrity to achieve. You would accuse me of being so harsh. I will come back to being relatively nice. Perhaps they don't know how to do research with the right foundations of ethics and proper conduct. You would say, how can they possibly not know? They work in academic institution and they are accomplished people. You will be surprised. And unfortunately, there are degrees of knowledge and awareness. The first one is people who are unconsciously incompetent. That is just the baseline down the ground. And some people are consciously incompetent. They know that something is missing, but they can't do anything about it, or they choose not to do about it, not to learn, not to address the issues that makes them better researcher. And there are people who are consciously competent. They do it slowly but surely. And those people who do it as a matter of, as they breathe. Just like when you drive. You could have a snooze and sleep a little while you're driving, but you are carrying on because you have done it for so long. But if you have just learned to drive, you will always looking at the brakes as you put your feet on them. Okay, so so the answer to this is education. If people can get educated about how things can be done right, when and where they can go wrong and address this, you will have at least prevented issues to do with ignorance or incompetence, I hope. Education in itself is not adequate, but you need to train people because they go hand in hand. Give them exercise, show them give them feedback about what they went right and what they went wrong. And it is like a combination of help, support, assistance, and guidance, and that should have proper resources allocated. Any decent institution will have a research office which is there to facilitate research and make life for the researcher easy. The other reason is some people who do research because they are under pressure. They have a deadline to submit their application for promotion. What they do? They can't go to the kitchen and make research. They can make a bowl of salad, but it's not easy to do research. So they end up cutting corners and putting things together and go for the panel that will look at the research. So what is the answer to that? Set realistic expectations. Don't expect people to make miracles when the resources are limited, the support is limited, and you tell them either you publish internationally or you're not becoming a professor. Who are we kidding? It is just we are putting again more oxygen for people to go willingly or forcefully into research misconduct. And as long as we have unrealistic expectation of people, we will be disappointed, the researcher will be disappointed, the research community will be disappointed because disappointment is proportionate to expectation against reality. So what is the answer? And I see eminent figures in research and governance and everything, including Professor Ahmed Makhlouf here, and the panel obviously here who are in very high position. What is the answer? What can we do? Shall we tolerate it and do nothing and accept it as a fate, something just we should be fatalistic about it? No, there is an answer. If we educate and train and support and do everything possible and still people are doing this, we must provide them with a deterrence. For those of you who may not appreciate what deterrence is the prevention from action by fear of the consequences. If you do this, as you do with your little kid, if you go there, the fire will, just hurt you. They will not do it. Luckily, not everybody will be, or sadly, not everybody will be as receptive as children. So the prevention from action by fear of consequences, deterrence is a state of mind brought about by the existence of a credible threat of unacceptable counteraction. So I hope I have given you an idea about research, how it is used, whether it's a goal or a means to an end, what the end can be, whether it's good or bad, what leads to bad ends, and these are my final conclusion. Clinical research is a means to medical progress. We cannot go on without clarifying the uncertainties. Medicine itself is the science of uncertainty, and all uncertainties will be included. We can only make them certain in some aspect by research. It is good for the researchers, it's good for the institution, it's good for patients, more importantly, it's good for practitioners, and it's good for the society. The society should not trust us if we are providing products that do not have the integrity necessary. Research planning and monitoring are important. If you do it just out of nothing, it will go nowhere. But failing to plan is planning to fail. Peer review is extremely helpful. When you have an idea and you have written a research protocol, put it online. Get feedback, improve it, and then put it to practice or to the research, having benefited from those minds who don't have any issue other than trying to give you helpful remarks. Cutting corners undermine research quality. If I ask someone and say, you go and get 2 internationally published publications in 6 months, I am asking them to cheat. You cannot. The process of, if you have done the research and you have the manuscript to write and prepare and submit, it takes longer than 6 months. 6 months are not enough. They may be enough to make طعمية, but they are not enough for research. Okay? And research under pressure can be compromised, and we have seen the result of this. So if we like a bit of home truth and we like to face our demons and do something about it, that is the way forward. If we would like to tolerate it and live with it happy ever after, I wish you luck. Thank you very much. Yes, we can have a few questions.
Thank you Professor يعقوب for this marvelous lecture. وأنا شايف في وجود الدكتورة دينا والدكتور يعقوب may have a couple of questions. ودكتورة دينا تعقب بعد كده what is next بعد الأول سيشن وبعد الريسيرش الورشة بتاعت الريسيرش for يعني عاوزين نترجم ما قيل إلى حاجة واقعية. نبدأ أي أسئلة من البوديوم.
Thanks my dear professor, Professor يعقوب. سؤال واضح. حضرتك من خبرتك طبعا وكنت هنا وبيت هناك. النقطة اللي نبدأ بيها فين؟
I think we need to appreciate that a visit to the whole structure is necessary. You cannot go on expecting every person who was appointed in the university to be academic. You need to appreciate other skills. Those who are good with medical and surgical training should be appreciated just as much as those who publish papers. Those who are good at teaching medical students, not necessarily good at writing papers. So if we recognize people for the skills that are of benefit to the profession equally, and not put the emphasis on just paper and publication, we can make some inroads. That's one. The second one, we could engage in improving the health service by training people how to engage in quality improvement projects. If everybody in their service, say the Ops and Gynae department in Asyut, there are so many staff, you should not expect anyone to go at least one project a year to make sure that the waiting list for a procedure is improved by introducing very practical and helpful measures. Or the time that it takes to get the blood to the emergency department is a bit shorter by some practical processes to do with communication, to do with personnel. And when you start with your intention and you end up with what you have achieved, those quality improvement projects can improve the service, improve the morale, and more importantly, will be reflected positively on the patient's care. So we have to start somewhere, but this self-perpetuating circle is creating a lot of confusion and mixing hard-working people who will only publish 2 or 3 papers because these are credible with those who are forced to publish half a dozen. Yeah? Yeah? Yes.
Thank you. As usual طبعا محاضرة الدكتور يعقوب distinguished و thank you دكتور محمود عبد العليم وباقي الناس المنظمة على هذا الوركشوب. ما كنتش متوقع ان يبقى الحضور كده الحقيقة. أنا عندي 2 questions regarding مسألة governance of this problem. واحد, what's your opinion about the pressure of ranking universities systems, because this adds to the environment here. Yeah. Every president of the university is pushing towards more and more research, yeah, because to increase the ranking.
True.
I myself critically appraise these systems because most of them did not consider what you mentioned, the educational component and the community involvement, yeah, yeah, and so on. Yeah. This is the first question. The second is that how to explain that in such settings, we always agree that most of our researchers are not so credible. Yeah. But when we introduce a system for promotion, أنا شخصيا قدمت الاقتراحات دي كتير، إنه يا جماعة خلوا الترقية compartmental, yeah, compensatory compensations، يعني المتميز في teaching، المتميز في clinical دخل وحده، عمل وحده جديده كده، ده يكمبنسيت الريسيرش. تلاقي الناس تنشنت وقالت لا 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 هو ده، هو ده بس. فحتى الحاجه اللي كانت كويسه ان احنا كنا بنخلي الناس نعمل مثلا بروبوزل. في الاول كان في مطلوب من الترقيه للاساتذه بروبوزل، يقدم بروبوزل بقى، مش هيعمل ريسيرش بس على الاقل يبقى نضمن ان هو فاهم. حتى ده اتلغى لحساب الريسيرشز. فالاكسبلينشن ده انا لحد دلوقتي يعني احب شير الافكار بتاعتك وقصه الرانكينج. شكرا.
Thank you, Dr. Ahmed. There are two sides to this. This bit of ranking of the universities for any self-respecting university should not take 5 minutes of their thinking. Because what matters is you have the substance and the material that you make yourself proud of what you have, and the world can go to hell as how they think of your university. I give you an example. There is a lot of ranking and league tables about IVF units performance. I've been running the IVF unit at Guy's Hospital for 20 years nearly. I have never bothered myself. I wanted the result to be proportionate, because you have a deep belief. No patient or no clinician can give a patient more than her reproductive potential. If the patient has low ovarian reserve and old, it's very good of you to give her reproductive potential. If she is young and have higher reserve, you give her that. So you're not making miracles. And as such, as long as you do your practice honestly and diligently and give the patient her potential, it doesn't matter whatever ranking that can happen. The same applies. You know that the ranking can put you high. Deep down when you look in the mirror, are you not aware of the holes in the system that makes you not believe it? So it is about, again, those who are policymakers, those who are under pressure to show off their university ranking, they need to focus on the substance rather than on the shape. Okay, so that is the simple answer to worrying about this. In terms of people not warming up to change, change is the most difficult thing. And resistance to change comes naturally. And it is well known. The worst phrase in the English language is, we have always done it this way. This is the most dangerous, because it keeps people in the bottom half rather than taking them up. The same عندنا طول عمرنا ماشية الأمور كده. But we're having different expectation. We cannot have different expectation and we use what we have always used. Yeah. تفضلي يا حسن.
عشان نغير لازم نبتدي من البداية، بمعنى انه ثقافة الريسيرش تكون موجودة في طلبة الطب. هنبتدي من الأول. أنا طبعا أنا عايزاها تبقى before this، لكن أنا أقول لحضرتك إن إحنا ابتدينا integrated system اللي هو بقت 5+2، إن إحنا عندنا الفاونديشن years بقوا 2 سنين والدراسة بقت 5 سنين. جزء منها في معظم الجامعات التزموا بده، اللي هو انه ريسيرش يبقى بارت من الدراسه بتاعه الطالب، بمعنى ان هو مش هيتخرج من غير ما يبقى فيه ريسيرش بروجكت، وريسيرش بروجكت ده بيطبق عليه كل الكرايتيريا والكودز اوف اثكس اللي احنا بنتكلم عنها. بقى واحد من الكور كاريكولم، مش كانت الاول إلكتيف، ولكن دلوقتي بقت واحد من الكور كاريكولم الريسيرش اثكس والبايو اثكس كبارت من الاستادي في كليات الطب اللي عندنا. It's an initiative. ان احنا عشان نخلق ريسيرشر لازم انت يعني تربيه التربيه بتاعه الريسيرشر.
It's a very welcome initiative and it is gratifying to see this happening, because I always feel that we waste a lot of resources, and these resources are not money. They are the brightest brains possible. These are the young generation. We might think that we know more than them and we could know more, but they have far, far better potential than we had.
Yes.
Because they live in a different world, they are inquisitive, the technology is at their the tip of their finger, and they have potential that's just waiting to be unleashed. If we help them to unleash it and nurture it and give them the mentorship to make the best of this potential, we will win. Yes. But again and again, without commitment and dedication And accountability, it will remain a good idea. Because if I take on research, at the end of the year, I will say, I'm doing 2 sessions of my job, supervising research or conducting research. They say, you get 10 sessions for your salary, you will have 2 sessions in return for the 2 sessions, extension of your salary by the 2 sessions you are doing. When I stop doing them, the 2 sessions will go to somebody else who is doing research. So we must always think, it's not a punishment, but it should be recognition and reward.
Yes. الأذر dimensions أنا برضو مع حضرتك جدا إنه قوانين الترقيات عندنا فيها مشكلة. أنا مقرر لجنة دايما في التخصص طب الشرعي والسموم، واتكلمنا في الأول لأنه في حاجة تانية كمان خلقت جو unfriendly بين الريسيرشر اللي هو البوزيشن بتاع الأوثر الأول والأخير ياخد تتضرب في واحد فتبقى الدرجات بتاعته أعلى كتير جدا. اتكلمنا فيها كتير جدا جدا، ودي خلقت مونسترز، كمية خلافات وخناقات خلال ال3 سنين اللي فاتت اللي اتطبق فيهم النظام ده غريبة جدا جدا. الحاجة التانية الانيشيتيف اللي كانوا حاطينها على اساس انهم يحسنوا الريسيرش اللي هي الفاست تراك، ان انت لو نشرت ابحاث عددهم مش اكتر من 5 خلال فترة بس في يعني جود رانكينج جورنالز Q1 او Q2 ممكن انه حضرتك تترقى بدري شوية. انا مش شايفة انها جابت نتيجة، لانه في البدايه احنا ما عندناش الجود انفايرمنت للريسيرشر، يمكن في تخصصات او وتخصصات تانية لا، لكن احنا برضو ما اديناش الانفايرمنت اللي يخلق ريسيرشرز وبعدين بعد كده اطلب منهم اتشيفمنت. فالقصه لانها مش ماشيه في المسار الحقيقي اللي المفروض انها تكون ماشيه فيه، فعشان كده دايما في مشاكل. نيجي للاخر دايمنشن اللي هو الجزء بقى بتاع العقوبات. بقى في دلوقتي عندنا قانون البحوث الطبيه الاكلينيكيه اللي هو 214 سنه 2020. اتحط فيه lots of regulations لها علاقه طبعا في الاساس بالكوندكت والانتجريتي اوف ذا ريسيرش. اتحطت فيها عقوبات، يمكن العقوبات تكون شديده شويه لان فيها عقوبات سالبه للحريه زي ما بيقولوا، ولكن يمكن تكون خطوه، واحنا نأمل انه اللائحه التنفيذيه تطلع في اسرع وقت، لان فيها يعني التعريف بكتير جدا من الكودز المصمطه بتاعه القانون، فيها تعريف ليها وفيها بعض يعني ان احنا حاولنا ان احنا نصلح بعض النقاط اللي كانت موجوده في القانون وممكن انها كانت تكون معوقه للبحث العلمي بطريقه او باخرى. فهوبينج انه وجود ريجوليشنز، لان احنا بقالنا كتير جدا عايزين يبقى عندنا قانون من سنه 2019 كان فيه موافقه عليه ولكن ما طلعش للنور غير في 2020، مش متطبق بالكامل عشان لسه اللائحه التنفيذيه ما نزلتش، لكن نامل انه بانتهاء اللائحه التنفيذيه وانها تبقى ريليز وانها تبقى ان اكشن ان ده ممكن يعمل برضو ساي فيما يتعلق بالانتجريتي والاثيكال كودز.
That's all very encouraging and I'm very pleased to see some move, but it could be potentially unjust because you are providing punishment before you providing support, training, and education and accountability. That's one. The second one, you are dealing with the crime. You are not being tough on the cause of crime.
Yes.
And people do not choose to be criminal, if criminal is the word, do not choose to cheat. They find themselves in this, I'm not making excuse. So you are also tolerating it. Because, so if these are issues that need to be addressed and addressed by a strategy and a policy that does not need to change the world today, but if in 5 years' time, whoever will be coming to give this talk in my place will find the system has shown a change that will have been worthwhile.
Yes, yes, totally agree. Totally agree.
أنا الدكتور عماد درويش، أستاذ أمراض نسا اسكندرية، كنت ماسك لجان الترقية دورتين ورا بعض اللي فات من سنتين. الحقيقة الموضوع معقد جدا. البوليسي ميكرز عندنا ما بيستعينوش برجال العلم وهم بيحطوا القوانين. لازم نكون we should separate between promotion and research. ده لازم نمرة واحد. هدي مثال بسيط، احنا في الدورة الأولانية اللي كنت فيها كافحنا علشان نقول ان الريسيرش is a team work، وما ينفعش ان انا اقول ريسيرش عليه 10 authors is a bad research و single author is a good research، وقدرنا نعدلها في الدوره. رجعنا تاني الدوره اللي بعديها اتقال لا البيبر اللي عليها سنجل اوثر تاخد هاي رانكينج، والبيبر اللي عليها فدي مشكله. المشكله الثانيه الفاندنج. حضرتك قلت وده كلام سليم، مفيش ريسيرش ويزاوت فاندنج. احنا عملنا ريسيرش علشان نثبت ان المايزوبروستول is as effective as oxytocin عشان WHO تحطه في الاسينشال ميديكيشن ليست. ما قدرناش نعمله غير مع هيئه امريكيه جابت 18 مليون دولار من ميليندا اند جيتس فاونديشن عشان يتعمل ريسيرش مظبوط ويتنشر في اللانست وناخد الكلام ده. فالفاندنج عندنا مشكله كبيره.
And that's surprising because 1% of the GDP of Egypt should be directed toward research according to the constitution.
بالظبط. انما هو بقى دايركتد لايه؟ we don't know. ما هو دي مشكله البوليسي ميكر.
بيجيبوا بيه ايس كريم ولا حاجه؟ Okay, fine. Okay, yeah, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Ahmad. We are not going to solve this problem, but we are giving you food for thoughts, and people need to just do the best that they can, if nothing else, by not contributing to research misconduct. Thank you.
I think this is the end of the session. Thank you all. شكرا دكتور يعقوب، شكرا كل سبيكرز، شكرا دكتور دينا، شكرا دكتور عزة.
الأستاذ الدكتور سعد الجيلاني، أستاذ التوليد وأمراض النساء جامعة المنيا، وله أيادي بيضاء كثيرة في البحث العلمي في مجال صحة المرأة ومنع وفيات الأمهات. Let's start the session.
ندي 5 minutes طيب كده. ولا إذا كانت جاهزة البتاع ده نبدأ. My presentation نبدأ.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. I have the pleasure to introduce my dear friend Professor Ahmed Makhlouf. Professor Ahmed Makhlouf is the Dean of Faculty of Medicine, Badr University, and the former Dean of Faculty of Medicine, Asyut University, and he has a widespread activity as regarding medical education. Dr. Ahmed Makhlouf will address us about how to prevent fraud in clinical research, a life course approach. تفضل دكتور أحمد.
وتحديدا الاستاذ الدكتور محمود عبد العليم who invited me to share in this important workshop. I will address a question. Whether can we prevent research misconduct in clinical field, specifically by education and training. Although I will present summary of causes and contributing factors of data fraud and misconduct, and summarize best practice for ensuring scientific integrity and preventing misconduct, but I will focus on education and training. أنا هقول مقدمة كده بالعربي إحنا بنعملها. نيجي نمتحن الدكتوراه بنقعد الطالب قدامنا ونقول له سمع الريسنت جايد لاينز في الموضوع الفلاني أو السندروم الفلاني النادر اللي هو عمره ما سمع عنه، وإحنا عمرنا ما فكرنا أو معظمنا نعرف هو أصلا فاهم يعني إيه جايد لاينز، فاهم يعني إيه ايفيدنس، فاهم يعني إيه ريسيرش ميثودولوجي. Unfortunately this is happening. إحنا دايما بندي قيمة من أول الأندر جرادويت للنولج وللدايركت ريليتد للسكيلز، لكن بننسى إن الناس دي هتبقى فيوتشر ريسيرش جنريتورز بعد كده، وممكن جدا نديله الدكتوراه وهو ما يعرفش الريلاتيف ريسك من الاودز ريشيو، من الفرق بين تلاقي بعد كده عمل بروتوكول كاتب بروسبكتيف راندومايزد ترايل وكاتب راندومايزد كوهورت ستادي اند سو اون. وبالتالي ده يمكن يدينا طبعا فضلا عن انه بقى يعرف المساله بتاعه الميس كوندكت ده. فالمسج ان احنا يمكن انا بادي بالتيك هوم مسج ان احنا reconsider our educational programs in terms of teaching and training about research methodology and prevention of misconduct. Clarity and consistency in defining misconduct are very important prerequisites for two components: establishing or evaluating the administrative system in an institution to process this problem, and also, and this is the more important, is a prerequisite to decide the design of educational component or educational curriculum which we should introduce in different phases of medical education in order to prevent this bad behavior. All of us are familiar now with the definitions included in misconduct, including the difference between fabrication, which is making up the results, اللعب بالداتا يعني, falsification, manipulating the research materials, equipment, and so on, and plagiarism. And research misconduct does not include honest error or honest differences of opinion, of course. We should be familiar with a broad spectrum of types of misconduct, including the core spectrum, including selectively excluding data from analysis and producing false data or results under pressure from a sponsor, for example, to research practice misconduct, for example, using inappropriate research methods or poor research design, data-related misconduct, including not preserving primary data or bad data management, publication-related misconduct, including the problem of authorship addressed previously, the personal misconduct, including inappropriate personal behavior, inadequate leadership, inadequate mentoring, counseling, supervision, and finally, the financial elements of the misconduct. There are two theories in approaching the causes, etiology, or the possible prevention of this problem. Some said that bad people will behave badly, and good people will behave well, and nothing can change this. And so the institution should concentrate on how to detect penalties and punish those who have bad behaviors. Others said, as Professor Yacoub addressed, that in some cases, ignorance and lack of knowledge is a cause, and if you consider or reconsider the education and training, you can foster research integrity and prevent misconduct. Here are the list of contributing factors, whether it is individual in terms of researcher problem or in the environment. And you find among the individual research contributing factors lack of knowledge and preparation. And among the environmental factors, lack of awareness of the rules and standards of proper scientific conduct of the investigative process that are in place and of the penalties that can be imposed on those found guilty of misconduct. There are a lot of potential remedies or preventive measurements, but as I said from the beginning, and I will concentrate on research integrity training. Among other interventions, formal education in research integrity may contribute to foster a climate of research integrity in academia. And this is a meta-analysis recently published and answered yes. Yes, education and training can lessen this problem. When we are speaking about teaching and learning, you shouldn't forget what's meant by competency. And competency starts in the pyramid from know, لازم يعرف, know how, يعرف يعملها ازاي, show how, and does. This is applicable in each competency you should, you want a student or a trainee or a postgraduate to achieve. So the question is that, do we have a component of education along the phases, different phases of education that is interested in research methodology and research integrity? The answer is yes in the declared curriculum, but in the actual curriculum, this may be questionable. So in undergraduate, for example, among our competences, our national academic reference standards, the graduate is not only a healthcare provider, but it should be professional, scholar and sciences, and lifelong learner and research. Among the key competences to be professional, we should care about appropriate professional behaviors and relationships, appropriate professional standards and laws and code of ethics. All these should be learned and assessed. Their ability to identify and report any unprofessional and unethical behaviors in himself or in his colleagues. The key competences in the area of lifelong learning and research, he should be able to demonstrate scientific principles of research. He should be able to critically appraise research in terms of integrity, reliability, and applicability. These are standards that all teachers should be aware of and should think how they can apply in their curriculum in undergraduate. Basic statistical methods and their ability to summarize and present reports of research. In the internship program, which is coming soon, and I'm sharing in its delivery, also we endorse a framework of transition from what we call competencies to what we call intrustable professional tasks. يعني لازم يعمل حاجات معينة أبقى أنا واثق إنه بيعملها كويس قبل ما أديله الشهادة. And these, among these EPA or instructable professional activities is the application of all evidence-based steps, from formulating a good question until appraising the papers and applying principles fostering research integrity. In the third step in medical education, postgraduate medical specialties board, which is also coming soon, we consider what we call generic professional capabilities, which are different from specialty related, which all of us are usually interested in, and neglect these generic, although it's more important to critically appraise papers, apply evidence-based skills. لاحظ ان هم بس هي دي concept of education called milestones. نبدأ من البيجنر وكل مدى بنبني عليها في مرحلة الامتياز وبعدين بمرحلة البوست جرادويت بقى لازم تبقى مهمة جدا. In the continuous medical education, there is an emerging concept called responsible conduct of research education. And I think it is written in the book Professor Mahmoud Abdel Alim shared us with it. It is done to compensate for the fact that usually people learn research methodology and integrity as an add-on activities within the job, not formal. It should be also formal and very targeted teaching. These are the expected professional activities which the researcher من أول بقى مدرس وانت طالع should perform and should learn, should be monitored and assessed in terms of knowledge, attitude, his sensitivity to notice, recognize and identify ethical problems, his judgment to engage in professional ethical decision making, drawing on experience and metacognitive strategies. يقدر يعرف البيبرز دي معمولة مظبوط ولا لا حتى in terms of time. في ناس بتعمل بيبر في شهر أو شهرين أو ثلاثة. And the behavior including actual or planned ethical behaviors of individuals, including measures of moral courage and self-efficacy. Here are the suggested topics that should be included in different curricula, whether undergraduate or postgraduate, including the area of laws and procedures, codes of conduct, penalties of misconduct should be taught early, زي ما الدكتورة دينا قالت, development of integrity culture at the level of, he should be aware of the system, procedures and policies in terms of research integrity, role models, professional research ethics and procedures in terms of conducting the research, how to conduct the research within a framework of ethics, how to write, writing and authoring principles, he should learn this, and the data analysis in terms of ethical use of the existing data and the manipulation of the data in different ways, and lastly, the scientific communication in different aspects. I mentioned the competences, I mentioned the components or the content, and now the methods. Dialogical approach is very important, as Professor Yaoub mentioned. He should teach this not in knowledge recall way, but in terms of active interventions, like flipping classroom, like case studies, like and then application, as we mentioned in the pyramid, from know to know how, to show how, and to do in real practice. And here are very excellent suggested survey to evaluate the students' benefits from such courses, from the beginning, from undergraduate until the continuous medical education. I may suggest Professor Mahmoud Abdel Alim to run among us such survey, whether we, what's our reflection among this, our reflection about this workshop. For example, is there any change in my approach to thinking and dealing with ethical issue but after attending such workshop? there is change in my articulation of views concerning the ethical issues, variety of ongoing bioethical issues as mentioned by Professor Fathallah, including the IVF. Whether I was cheating, I didn't recognize whether I was recognized or not as that cheating, and whether it is a very dangerous process or not. Whether I may just learn that it is very difficult to decide on ethical issue. I cheated in the past, but I will change my behavior now. This course helped prepare me for a good professional career. I am less likely to indulge in unethical behavior after this training. I now can face ethical dilemma more promptly. Look at both sides of the issue of the career. One side is that you have to research, you have to do the research, you have to publish, and so on. Now the other issue, or the other side of the coin, is that take care. Research is very difficult, is very expensive, not only in money, but in time and so on. I now have a better idea of what constitutes an ethical behavior. To conclude, understanding the causes is very useful for devising effective measures for preventing scientific misconduct and for dealing with it when it occurs. Of value are educating young researchers, especially young researchers, based on existence of the standard of conduct, the knowledge, fostering frank debate about misconduct at the institutional level, the know-how, devising a credible and transparent system for dealing with the misconduct allegations, the show-how, publicizing the results of completed investigations, and streamlining and rationalizing the process of hiring, promotion, and grant review, and this is in real practice. Thank you.
Thank you very much for a nice and comprehensive presentation, and they are sticking to the time.
Thanks, Professor Makhlouf. And now I'm honored to introduce Professor Azza Saleh, who will talk to us about the responsibilities of supervisors and researchers regarding the research integrity.
مساء الخير. هو الحقيقة النور جاي في عيني قوي فأنا مش شايفة. هو is there any foreigner present in the hall? No? Online. Ah, they are present online. So I have to talk in English? Okay. Fandom? My slides will be in English, so no problem. هو أنا جملتين ثلاثة بالعربي؟ طيب. هو أنا كمان عندي مشكلة غير النور، إن أنا تقريباً الليفل أنا مش شايفة حضراتكم قوي. يعني كان لازم يقولوا لي أو يحطوا لي ستيب. بس معلش يعني it will go. طيب أنا برحب بحضراتكم جداً و I think my friends who attend my presentations usually they know that I am fond of puzzle, and today you will know also that I am fond of Scrabble. I am fond of both games. The presentation will be an overview, the overview of the presentation. We will try to distinguish what's research integrity. We will identify the role of the supervisor. We recognize the role of the researcher. And mainly, I will classify the ethical issues. Both of them have to follow. One important issue also, as Professor Mahmoud mentioned, إنه في حاجات كتير قوي will overlap. أنا فعلا تقريبا هقول summary for all the presentations mentioned before and what will be mentioned later today and tomorrow. What's research integrity? Research integrity, as many of my professors mentioned since in the last session, research integrity is the active implementation of values and practices, especially during its honesty. It has to be accurate, the work. It has the dealing well with the colleagues, and its proficiency is very important. Also, conflict of interest has to be declared, and safety of the participant and of the research team is also very important. This is what's related to research integrity, in addition to what my dear professors mentioned before, and will mention later. Regarding the supervisor roles, the supervisor role has, or responsibilities, has two main issues. First, as a mentor, كمدرب أو مرشد أو مشرف على الرسائل, and as an ethical exemplar. This is very important, and this will be the core of my presentation. Regarding the supervisor or the researcher responsibilities, they have to act as a mentee, متدرب أو شخص بيشرف عليه, and also need to be an ethical researcher. Regarding the roles of the mentor and mentee, I will not add much more than mentioned before. It's important just to make emphasis on they need to be qualified, and we need to define what's qualification. Qualification by education, by training, and by experience. So the supervisor as a mentor has not to accept being a supervisor for a research thesis without having these two. For example, I am a clinical pathologist. I'm professor of clinical and chemical pathology at Theodore, but I am not expert. I declare that I am not expert in stem cell research. So I cannot say that I am a qualified stem cell researcher. By education, I am a clinical pathologist, but neither training nor experience, I don't have both of them. So this is very important. Now, let us talk about the core of the presentation. Ethical exemplar or ethical researchers, both of them, they have the same rules to follow. First, they have to know when they have to go through the research ethics process. امتى انا محتاج اعمل او افولو الحاجات اللي خاصه بالريسيرش ethics in my research. اول حاجه the first question I have to ask myself is what I am doing is a research. What is the definition of research? This is very important. Second, what I am doing is related to the human subject. If the answer to these two questions is yes, this means that I have to follow all what I will mention later. But let us know what is the definition of research we are talking about when dealing with research ethics. It is systematic investigation, and at the end of this investigation or the end of this process, I will publish or I will generalize the knowledge of what I found. To say something in another form, if you are doing a quality improvement work for your organization and you will not publish, this is not a research. You are doing improvement for your work. The second definition is human subject. Human subject, this is a very important definition in research ethics, because human subject in research is an individual, living or dead. We are taking data. This data we are taking, whether through intervention, through interaction, or through identifiable private information. So whenever I'm dealing with leftover samples present in the lab without even meeting the participant, and it is identifiable, so I am dealing or I am working on human subject, and I have to follow whatever I will say before. This is a very important issue. And I will leave the more details about the human subject to my colleague, Dr. Hani, in the next presentation. Another issue they have to ask themselves, I'm doing research again, and I am doing research with animals. This is, again, very important. So, first question is I'm doing research. Second question, with human subject or with animals. This is the two important questions I have to ask myself to consider what I have to do for the rest of my research. Another question, what makes clinical research ethical? A question I have to ask myself. I am starting to do, or I will start to do, research, clinical research. I will deal with the human subject. So what makes my clinical research ethical? Some says I will take the IRB approval. This is good. Another one said I will take the informed consent. This is true. I have no objection. But to make clinical research ethical, there are 8 elements needs to be present. The community has to be partner, and here the community will not come and write the proposal with us. The community partnership means that the problem I will do the research on it is for the community, or a problem for the community. I am doing the research in it. The research needs to have a social value. It needs to be scientifically valid. And I will not add more than all my dear professors mentioned before regarding the soundness of the scientific soundness of the research or the proposal I am writing. Fair subject selection is very important, and this is through inclusion and exclusion criteria. This is a very important point that needs to be mentioned in the proposal. Who will be included in our research and who will be excluded? Again, we need to measure and to do favorable benefit, risk and benefit ratio. We need to get approval from an independent review or independent committee. The 7th element is the informed consent. This is the 7th element. We have to do all these items before, and then when starting the research, we will take the informed consent of the participant. And lastly, whenever they are enrolled in my study, we have to continue respecting the enrolled subject with us. If, or what again, makes animal research ethical? 2 questions. What makes clinical research ethical? The 8 ethical requirements. What makes animal research ethical is applying the 3 R's. 3 R's is the 3 principles we need to follow or to apply when we are dealing to experimental animals. We need, first of all, to replace the animals by other methods if this is available. If not, we will do reduction in the number through sample size calculation, and during the work or during the research, we have to refine our deal with the animals. When they have to start research ethics process. Now we know what is research ethic process, what or when is first when, I used when twice, when they have to go through the research ethics process, and now when to start the research ethics process. First, all research activities must be reviewed and approved. And here I have to insist, must be reviewed and approved, because some of my colleagues, they represent or submit to the ethics committee and don't wait for getting the results. They think that that submission is getting approval. No, they have to wait for getting the approval by Research Ethics Committee or Institutional Review Board. These are similar terms. It depends on the title given in the organization, or from the IACUC, Institutional Animal Care and Use Committee, if they are dealing with animal research. All this need to be done before any research activity starts. Any research activity starts. This means before collecting data, before recruiting the participant, before starting dealing with the animals, they have to get an approval from the Research Ethics Committee. One important issue, no post-conduction approval. No post-conduction approval. You don't start the research work, and then you are looking for getting approval from the ethics committee or the IACUC. This is not accepted. This I will not just read what's mentioned, but this I will just emphasize on some of the roles of the supervisor and the researcher regarding being ethical exemplar or ethical researcher. The last one is obtain approval for any proposed change. You are getting approval for the protocol from the ethics committee or the IACUC, and then you are forced or you need to do some changes. Well and good, the La Quran wala Injil, you can do the changes, but you have to get approval for these changes from the ethics committee who gave you the approval before. They have to give timely reporting of the adverse and serious adverse events, and here just a fun way of نحفظ بيها serious adverse events. Serious adverse events are only 6 types. They have to know what are the serious adverse events, and I found in one website, now I don't remember the site, but it was Fred doesn't have any money left. Fred, fatal, doesn't, D, disability, have hospitalization, any anomaly, money, medical significantly issue, and L is life-threatening. This is the 6 types of serious adverse events, and it's very important for the researchers and supervisors to distinguish between both of them, because one needs to be reported to the ethics committee in up to 15 days, but the serious has to be reported on the same day and reported written in 7 days. They have to maintain the records, they have to obtain and document informed consent, and of course I will not add more than what mentioned my dear friend Dr. Dina. Just I will please emphasize on that the informed consent to be valid has to have 8 essential elements. If one of them is missing, the informed consent will not be valid. First, it needs to be mentioned that it's a study, the benefits and the risk. The fourth is the compensation, how it will be, the confidentiality, how it will be maintained. Then the voluntariness has to be mentioned, and whom to contact, and this is very important, that numbers or mobile phones needs to be present in the informed consent form. And the 8th one is the alternatives. What are the alternatives available for the participant to take, otherwise being included in my research? Verify that approval has been obtained from all participating institutions in collaborative activities, and this, excuse me, I need to tell it in Arabic because it's very important. لو البحث بيتعمل في كذا منشأة بناخد موافقة كل منشأة على حدة، كل باحث ياخد موافقة الأورجانيزيشن بتاعته. لو الأورجانيزيشن أو الأماكن اللي مشتركة تنتمي لوزارة التعليم العالي والبحث العلمي، معهد بحثي، جامعة أو whatever، في الحالة دي ما بنروحش للإنديفيديوال، بل بنروح للجنة المركزية اللي بترأسها الدكتورة دينا شكري. تمام؟ عشان بس النقطة دي تبقى واضحة، امتى هنروح للسنترال IRB وامتى هنروح للجان بتاعتنا. زي ما قلت بياخدوا الكونتينيوينج ابروفل، الابروفل عادة بيبقى for 1 year. We cannot extend the approval unless we ناخد الموافقة تاني، نمد الموافقة بتاعتنا. القانون المصري اللي أشارت ليه الدكتورة دينا، الإيجيبشن لو، في شابتر 7 كاتب كل الحاجات الريسبونسبيلتيز والبروسيدور والاوبليكيشنز اللي موجودة على الريسيرشر، وشابتر 12 كاتب العقوبات، والحقيقة العقوبات موجودة للي مش هينفذ القانون، عشان الناس ما تبقاش خايفة. لا، who will not follow the law or the articles of the law will be blamed وهيتعرض للسجن. طبعا I will not add more than they have to avoid research misconduct with its three components: falsification, fabrication, plagiarism. Regarding the authorship, this is a definition, or in my opinion, the official definition, because it is for the International Committee for Medical Journals Editors regarding who is the author. The author has to do several works or several duties, and they write this in a capital, the word and. يعني مش كل واحد يعمل جزء ونلم البازل مع بعض، لا، كل واحد لازم يشترك في جزء ذو قيمة في بعض الأحوال. طبعا ال inappropriate authorship اتكلمنا عنه أو هنتكلم عنه في بقية الوركشوب. الجست authorship اللي هو اللي أنا بقول عليه البركة اللي جاي ينورنا. He didn't do anything, but he is an eminent figure and his name has to be included. I don't know why. The gift authorship حطني وحطك. This is very منتشر جدا. Or the ghost authorship when we have a junior who did the work and then we did not put his name. The publication ethics, duplicate submission. This is totally unethical. You submit to 2 journals at the same time and you are waiting for the first to come, first to serve. طبعا دي حاجة مش مظبوطة. Redundant publication, duplicate publication, even if by ignorance. يعني لو أنا ما أعرفش إنه publishing in an Egyptian journal and then later on publishing in an international journal is wrong, this is not an excuse. We will do some sort of ethical problems, which is the redundant publication or the salami publication. And في الحالة دي الحقيقة السلامي وال duplicate publication بتعرض للريتراكشن، واعتقد ان الريتراكشن ذكرت كذا مرة على مدار اليوم. My final word, and I finished my presentation, my final word is when I'm right, no one or nobody remember, but when I'm wrong, nobody forgets. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Azza. أنا خايف نكون إحنا كلنا كنا في مراحل معينة جيست وجيفت وجوست يعني. Let me invite Dr. Hani Salim. He will introduce. Dr. Hani Salim. He will introduce his talk about bioethics in research involving human subjects.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to express my gratitude for the organizer, Dr. Mahmoud, and for being here in this marvelous workshop. I think my presentation was supposed to be in the beginning because we will talk about history and principle. And you can see that part of my presentation already passed in the informed consent from Dr. Dina and in Dr. Azza's presentation. Talk about bioethics and research involving human subject. And when we talk about the beginning, we need to talk about Amhotep, the first Egyptian, and I think the first doctor in the world in 2600 BC. And he was also an engineer. And in the Papyrus of Edwin Smith, he described the work of Amhotep about anatomical observation, illnesses, and the cures. والنقطة العبقرية اللي خلت أمحتب أول طبيب، لأن قبل أمحتب كان الطب عبارة عن السحر، وكانوا بيعتبروا أن الأمراض بتيجي من السحر ومن الأرواح الشريرة. هو لأنه مهندس قال في كوزاليتي موجودة ووصف أن في مرض نتيجة سبب. Because of that, Greek, after 2,000 years of the death of Amhotep, he chose him as a god of medicine. In this presentation, we will not talk about what's right or wrong, but to make you think about what we are doing as a medical researcher and what do other people think about, and make our own views more clear. We have two words, moral and ethics. Moral and ethics mean the same, one from Latin origin and the other from Greek origin, mean tradition or habit, but word ethics is the philosophical study of principle at the base of morals. بالعربي آداب وأخلاقيات المهنة هي مجموعة القواعد والأصول المتعارف عليها عند أصحاب المهنة الواحدة بحيث تكون مراعاتها محافظة على المهنة وثقة المجتمع فيها. والعديد من المهن والأخلاقيات دلوقتي بقى ليها أخلاقيات مهنة، بس أول مهنة الممارسة الطبية، لأن الأطباء كان عندهم الوعي إن هم عايزين ياخدوا ثقة المجتمع، وده ما كانش ينفع يتحقق إلا لما يكون عندهم كود اوف إثكس. أخلاقيات البحث العلمي هي المعايير الأخلاقية والسلوكية المهنية التي تبناها جماعة الباحثين لتوجيه أعضائها لتحمل مسؤولياتهم المهنية من أجل المحافظة على ثقة المجتمع في البحث العلمي وفي الباحثين، اللي هي المشكلة اللي ممكن نشوفها دلوقتي إن كتير بدأوا من المجتمع بيشكوا في الأطباء وفي الباحثين، وده بوظ جدار الثقة اللي هو كان المفروض يبقى موجود. الديفينيشن اعتقد الدكتوره عزه قالتهم: research systematic investigation designed to revolutionize of knowledge. والhuman research participant a living or dead individual about whom researchers are conducting a research obtain data through intervention or interaction. This mean any identifiable human material or private information will mean a human subject. يعني أنا لو هشتغل على عينة في معمل أو على ملف طبي أنا معايا human subject لازم أحترمه. Research ethics is a branch of bioethics concerned with the protection of human research participants. In 2010, there was another scandal about research ethics. We can see the figure of 3 here. 2 of them we all know well, Hillary Clinton and Obama. But the most strong one there is Alvaro, is the president of Guatemala. Because US, United States of America, apologized for conducting sexually transmitted disease experiment in Guatemala in 2010. And Hillary Clinton, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, said that she's deeply regret what happened in Guatemala by the CDC, but President Alvaro said this considered experiment crime against humanity. This leads that Obama, the President of United States of America, say called column and offered his personal presidential apology for what had happened. الريسيرش اثكس اجبرت اكبر دوله في العالم تعتذر لدوله صغيره تعتمد عليها بشكل كامل جواتيمالا لان هم قبض عليهم بالجرم المشهود. القصه بدات قبل كده باكثر من 200 سنه من القرن ال19. الميديكال ريسيرش at that time was a small scale involving few individuals. Goal was therapeutic and relied on the good intention of the doctors. Even sometimes auto experimentation ان الدكتور كان بيجرب على نفسه لان هو مش شايف المبرر الاخلاقي انه يجرب على المريض بتاعه. والمثل الاعلى دكتور جون هانتر اللي هو infect himself by syphilis and gonorrhea to study syphilis. In the beginning of the 20th century, medical research expanded to larger scale clinical trial, collected systematic data to improve health of the society and targeting group of individuals and increase risk of harming research participants. But there are very important ethical questions. Can we use research participant or human as a means to an end or not? If we do not balance the good of many with the good of few, there will be a danger of reducing research participant to a research object, and this is unethical. And because of that, we find a catastrophe in the history. In 1940 to 1945, like Professor Dina told us about what happened in Nazi, the Nazi human experimentation using prisoner in concentration camp, like high altitude and underwater experiment, ending by Nuremberg trial and Nuremberg Code, talk about informed consent, and the physical and mental suffering must be avoided, and the research in which this or disabling injury is expected should not be conducted. Egypt has its part in research ethics, because in this grave, there is a man who's living in this motel in mosque called Qasr al-Madina. He loved to take his ice cream and coffee in Gorobi. Al-Hajj Tariq Hussein, he's converted to Islam. He's an Austrian doctor. He's a Dr. Das and butcher of Mannhausen, one of the concentration camps, escaped to Egypt in 1963 and lived here in Egypt for more than 30 years, and died in 1992 in August by cancer colon. And all the victim was looking for him, but he escaped and he is buried in Egypt until now. This is our contribution in Egypt in research ethics. Bad news, he's gynecologist. I'm very sorry. In USA, when they are educating people about research ethics, they are conducting the study of syphilis in Negro males in 1932 to 1972. It's also called Tuskegee study. At that time, they know about Treponema pallidum, the causative organism of syphilis, but they don't know about a cure. So they return back to study the history of the disease, natural history of the disease. They go to study about enrolling 400 black males who already are conducting a research on a white man in the beginning, then in black people, and they take about 400 black males infected already with syphilis and follow them to understand the course of syphilis. But the problem is that in 1947, the same year they published Nuremberg Code, penicillin had become the standard treatment for syphilis. But because they are studying the natural history of the disease, they didn't give the drug for the research participant. They didn't tell them there is a drug can cure their disease. And they already having investigated them for neurosyphilis by the spinal tapping, telling them they are trying to cure them from the syphilis. This study ends by about 120 people died from the participant, 40 wives infected by syphilis, about 20 children born with congenital syphilis. The study continued until 1972 when Dr. Peter Baxton discovered what happened in this study and go to CDC telling them this is wrong, this is unethical to not cure syphilitic patient. They refused to understand this. They go to the newspaper, New York Times, Washington Post, publish this end by stopping this study and apologizing of the United States of America, but they apologizing again during Bill Clinton period, and he said to the last survival of this study on behalf of the American people, what the United States government did was shameful and I am sorry. لكن لحد دلوقتي في أمريكا المواطنين السود بيرفضوا الاشتراك في الأبحاث بتاعة ال HIV لأن الدراسة دي في دماغهم إن إحنا بنستخدم كفئران تجارب. كل اللي عملوا دول كانوا دكاترة واخدين قسم أبو قراط دو نو هارم. إزاي قدروا يعملوا المشكلة دي وهم أطباء ودو نو هارم؟ إزاي؟ للأسف لأن إحنا talking about two different practice. Medical practice is different from research practice. Medical practice are guided by the Hippocratic Oath. Doctor primary obligation is patient welfare. Medical practice, doctor act in the patient best. But in research, lie outside the context of patient-doctor relationship. We have two interests of the researcher, test hypothesis and mankind welfare, not the research, but participant welfare. This is an issue. This is a book of ethics. This is part of the official curriculum for a student of the third year of high school in Egypt in 1934. محتاجين نجيب الكتاب ده ندرسه تاني. Principle of research ethics. We know there is a guideline, Declaration of Helsinki, the last version 2013, and SIOMS, the last version 2016, and WHO guideline 2000. But the principle, the difference in principle, we are talking about what is really essential about research ethics. The principles are considered to be universal and they apply everywhere in the world. And these principles do not have national, cultural, or legal and economic boundaries. The principle, first, respect of person, احترام المشاركين في الأبحاث. Two, beneficence, الإحسان للمشاركين في الأبحاث. Third, justice, العدل مع المشاركين في الأبحاث. Respect of person, individual should be treated as autonomous agent. It is recognized of a person as autonomous, unique, and free individual to have its own decision. The person with diminished autonomy are entitled to more protection. We implement respect of person by using informed consent, like Professor Dina told us about what we need to do in informed consent. Vulnerable person, الأشخاص الأولى بالحماية, when some of the potential participants don't have the capacity to protect themselves, to make their free decision, they will need a more special protection. The informed consent process conducted with a special care to promote respect for this person. This person, like minor, poor people, pregnant women, or women with a special situation, prisoner, drug users, or others who engage in illegal activities, person with mental disability or limited education, or illiterate persons. Justice, العدل. المبدأ الأكثر صعوبة في التطبيق. لأن in justice we need to fair distribution of benefit and risk for participants in research study for all the community, and this is an issue. لأن الموقف الحالي إن التجارب بتتم في الأغلب في مستشفيات حكومية، المرضى غالباً اللي هم الغلابة، والأدوية بقت غالية قوي وفي أدوية كتير مش بتتوفر وبتروح بعد كده للأغنياء. دي an issue، وعشان كده لازم نتوسع في الريسيرش بتاعنا إنه يشمل جميع طبقات المجتمع، غني وفقير، مستشفيات خاصة ومستشفيات حكومية. ويبقى selection of subject only based على inclusion و exclusion criteria، مش على مكان وجود الريسيرش participant. آخر حاجة ال beneficence and non-maleficence, to do good and do no harm. لازم كباحث act my kindness and charity to research participant، لأنه هو بيخدم المجتمع في الوقت ده. وعلشان كده كباحث ولجنة أخلاقيات we need a good assessment for risk and benefit all the time. وزي ما قلنا إن إحنا محتاجين الإحسان للريسيرش بارتيسيبانت بتاعنا. الموضوع ممكن يكون صعب بس in the end it's a challenging balance we need to fulfill. Thank you very much. شكرا.
Thanks, Dr. Hani, for this illustrative presentation. And now I have to introduce Dr. Javer Zamora, who will talk to us about the design and the statistical analysis of clinical trials.
No problem. Good evening to everybody. Thanks to the organizer, particularly to ASIT University, Granada University, because this meeting was preceded by a consensus conference, very important. And I'm speaking about a topic which is rather new, the post-publication review, and the challenges that we have in this. I am editor-in-chief of 2 journals, one very busy, which is the Journal of Maternal Fetal Neonatal Medicine, the journal which receives 3,000 manuscripts per year. So the review process is very complicated, very active, very busy. And another one very recently, which is Maternal Fetal Medicine, which is Chinese-English journal, which has started a couple of years ago, so receive only 70 to 80 manuscripts per year, okay? And these make a difference. Moreover, I would like also to underline that in the discussion that we have when we are peer reviewing something, journals and authors should be partners, but frequently they are looking like adversaries. And of course, the key success is to select the good papers and to make anticipating the concern the authors may have. So let's say that ultimately in the last 10 years, and particularly under these 2 years with pandemia, there is a swift dissemination of research findings combined with a drive toward transparencies, and of course this has challenged a lot the established system of review in the journal publication. Okay? The landscape of scholarly publishing, including open science, preprint publication, demand a new peer review mechanism, including the open peer review and post-publication peer review, which is slightly different what we have so far. So the post-publication peer review takes place when an article is published before peer review are sought and take a number of forms, including letters, letter to editor, social media, or online platform publication like the Faculty 1000 research, which I will mention shortly. Aside from the speed at which information can be shared with the research community, the PPPR has the potential advantage of facilitating dynamic discussion between researchers and gaining insights from a wider range of contributors. Okay, now let's go and see what is the peer review and then see what is the publication post-peer review differences. Now, peer review is a process by means which most good work is published, most published work is good, okay, because of a peer review. It's not an adversarial process. Everyone's main goal is the excellence from the editorial point of view and from the authors, but the referees, which are called to decide about the good or not of a paper, should look to the science, comprehensiveness, timeless, rigor, independence, and balance. Okay. Some business journal, like I mentioned, the one that I showed before, have a pre-peer review process. So the editors take a first look and look at to the subject, if it's within the scope of the journal. They look if the manuscript is formatted according to journal style, and they may decide already at the beginning if to go forward for a review or to reject right away. The journal reviewers' main concern then comes to transparency, authenticity, scientific integrity, ethics, defensibility. We heard all during the day today. Now, the peer review is a gatekeeper, okay, that helps to guarantee the publication is for only the most interesting articles. And of course, it should guarantee against flawed work and so on. But of course, it's very expensive and time consuming. And this is the problem. Moreover, we have to think that most of the paper will be eventually published also because there is a cascade. One start with the top journal, then go to the second one if it doesn't succeed, and so on, until the goalkeeper action, the gatekeeper action is not more supportable. Okay? So the impact of peer review is different according to different journals. Okay? This is something that we have to take into consideration. And many have said, okay, peer review is broken because it's not useful to have one journal say no to an article and the subsequent journal say yes after a little evaluation. This is something that is coming away every year. What is wrong with this? Probably because peer review is slow and because also it's a secret. And this secret is something that is against transparency. Why? Because a competitor can read your paper during the review process and can publish before you in another journal in order to be before. And this is something that happens. And just to look at how this can happen is the famous story about the Lynn Margulis and the 15 or so journals that rejected the article on origin of mitosis cell, which finally, after 2 years, was published in the Journal of Theoretical Biology. This is a long story which has shown. Also, some say that the review is broken because major discovery, Albert Einstein, Francis Crick Johnson, and Watson, has never been subject to a peer review. What they publish right away. And they are Nobel Prize people. So I'm saying that is something. However, although we acknowledge some flaws, redundancy, cost of the conventional peer review system, it is clear that we need a sort of peer review. Okay? The more specialized science, because the more we must rely on experts to rely us to navigate the multiplicity of subject area, we are not experts in ourselves. So editors should rely to have referees. But the peer review is important, but is problematic. So it gives birth to what we call the post-publication peer review. Now, in the society, at the beginning, scientists share experimental results with each other at meetings, receive feedback about experiment in person. There were very few people, okay? Then the scientific community grew. It was impossible for everyone to be in the same room, and therefore start the journal to be published. The story of the publication in journal is not so far away, so long away. It's more than 100 years maximum. Okay, and sharing scientific data through publication has long been underpinned this cycle of discovery, and this dominant means by which scientists earn credit for their work. Therefore, there are more technologies generating with a very large data set, novel biological materials, which give rise to principles under which communities share data and materials. Informally, it started with the blogs. Okay, blogs and the social media started the idea of peer review after an article. Okay, but most of the time, the author of the article didn't know about the comments about the article by blogs, because if you don't follow the blogs, you don't know. So it comes that some of the journals like PLOS, Biomed Central, experimental the use of post-comment, okay? And they try to publish, at least online, this post-comment, which became a sort of second review. But it was not so successful, and many scientists were very skeptical about the idea of allowing anyone to comment on scientific articles. But new scientists grow up commenting on their friend picture in Facebook, YouTube, whatsoever, and nowadays, that is something that happens everywhere. But will be published taking over this and making something more systematic? Will database producers like Scopus, Web of Science, and so on, PubMed, incorporate in their system? This will be interesting, but it's something that is out at the moment, and is just the beginning of the new scientific communication. The post-publication part is easy, because everybody can focus, check the manuscript on accuracy, on what is implying, maybe he's an expert in the area, and maybe some comments which are useful also for the authors to improve the manuscript. If it's a good scientific community at large, which is not too much in competition. However, the pre-publication peer review is, of course, still regarded as the gold standard. And the ones of the post-publication peer review is starting to be recognized just recently, very recently. I will show you how much now the web is recognized more. However, there are some significant concerns that expedited publication without prior peer review may result in dissemination of poor quality data and finding from badly designed studies. Yesterday we were commenting, yes, the post-publication review was maybe very useful in this period of pandemic, when we have to publish very rapidly some data will be useful to all the community around the world. But we have also to acknowledge that this period there were 20,000 publications on COVID and 220 already retracted because of false data. So we have to be very careful what is coming out. So what are the pros eventually of this post-publication review? Being a never-ending process, this has opportunity for correction of the paper, the benefit of posting the paper online rapidly, disseminating new research and ideas faster, inviting greater engagement of scientific community, break the grip of private publisher. This is a big problem because you will see now that most of the big companies publishing journals will go only to open access. This means that if your paper will be accepted, you have to pay for publication, otherwise it will not come out. And this is a big problem, and of course because of the money involved. And also at the end is a transparent process because it's publicly available. This is something that happens on the web and you benefit. The caution must be against the urgent need to publish epidemiological, medical, scientific data which may be of critical importance in emerging situations like the pandemic, but on the other hand, we have to see that the responsibility of these should be in some systems. Otherwise, who is responsible if something is going wrong and the paper is completely, rubbish and flawed, and the comments post-publication are suggesting to retract the paper because all the data are fabricated, for instance? What is providing oversight? Moreover, another advantage, if you navigate the social media, is that they may be hijacked. The people can hijack what you do, and the spam can be one of a part of this. So it's a word that is beginning, but with some, perplexities. To counter this, of course, the third-party platforms need to be established. And these have been done really recently more frequently than before. We have a platform now that are, at least have borders to entry, and therefore can at least eliminate some of the risk of the past publication research. These, in fact, the implementation of these goes through two areas. One is to use a designated web platform, in which a registration is obligatory, and so there is only serious people may accept. And secondly, new tools, they provide some, let's say, steps in order that you provide your review in a paper. Now, the designated web platforms which are more common are these now, are already in activity, PubPeer, TrueReview, PubMed Commons, Open Review, and Faculty 1000, which are, capable to publish your paper online right away and accept the post-publication review according to some degrees. I would like to mention two, PubPeer, because it's coming from PubMed, allows users to make comments on almost any article which has a DOI. The DOI is a system that is being designated by USA, by the Department of Internal Affairs, and but the site is separated for published web pages. Scientists may be more willing to engage in frank criticism, but it's hard to connect the original paper to the comments. And also, the PubPeer attempts to preserve blind peer review by not publishing the reviewer names. So it's something that happens online in open state. The oldest one is Faculty 1000, is the most famous practice example of post-publication peer review, which is not a traditional journal, but more an open science platform. where you can modify your article. So if you have a criticism which is valid, you can modify your article. At the end, it's a never-ending story, and it's continue. And from the beginning to the end of the procedure, it may take some months. The most important task for referees is to tell immediately whether an article is a good science. Okay? Not important if it's science, exciting, groundbreaking, and so on. But it's valid. There is sensibility to work, and it's carefully done. This is something that Faculty 1000 is beginning guaranteeing that some of the articles which are put on forward and applied for past publication review are at least good science. There are a selection at the beginning, yes or no, to enter in this stage, okay? Referees are not compelled to add a report to article. They are approved as a good science because the majority of Faculty 1000 is a sort of guarantee expert in the area. So this is more or less what is the scenario nowadays. And I would like to comment in a couple of slides. The first is a sentence which Andy Grove made a few years ago in Fortune, already predicting what is happening with the globalization and information revolution. He said that there are only two options, adapt or die. So probably post-publication review system is something that we have to adapt soon, because the increasing number of submission for publication or the publication online is increasing exponentially. The secondly is that this is a book which just came out 1 week ago, and is a book which is looking into the changes that will probably be affected by this COVID era. It's a small area, the COVID, but has very big consequences. So we call the after, the before BC, and the after COVID, AC, as a changing, radical changes in writing, communication, and narrative skill, okay? And this, I think, will affect them, not only the way we meet nowadays with a lot of restriction, even though fortunately we are in person, but the way we'll communicate in the future more and more online, more with the need, of course, of having a review made online. And this probably will be in favor of this post-publication review. And I would like to finalize with this talk with a sentence which inspired this book. The book was inspired by Michael Faraday. I don't know if you remember, Michael Faraday was a very important chemist in the 19th century. He started the conference for the public, bringing science to the public in a very simple way, okay? And this is why the communication in this period has been challenged very much. I don't know how much you understood from television, from all the network, what were the communication about the COVID, the pandemic, and so on. There was too much simplicity sometimes, too much warning another time, and it was very difficult. And the way to, communicate is a key issue. And Faraday was a very big precursor of this 1948. But he said, lecturers which really teach will never be popular. Remember, so the people that say the truth and they say simply the truth are not always popular to the population, particularly when they speak about this problem of COVID. Lecturers which are popular will never really teach. And this is the last sentence which I mentioned from Michael Faraday, which is the starting point of the book which I just published. Thank you very much for your attention. It was a pleasure to be with you.
To summarize or wrap up the session before Professor Omar will introduce case scenarios, which will be application of what we mentioned in the previous session and this session about the definition and understanding of misconduct, the essential adoption and implementation of teaching and learning in different phases of medical education, revisit or clarification of the responsibilities of researchers and supervisors in the process of research, and also what the last session by the very important statement, to adapt or to die, to adapt to all era of research integrity, especially after COVID.
I have the pleasure to introduce Professor Omar Shaban. Professor Omar Shaban is a professor of obstetrics and gynecology, Faculty of Medicine, Asyut University, and the director of Asyut University International Ranking Office. Professor Omar will address us about integrity in biomedical research, lessons to be learned.
Mr. Chairman and Co-Chairman, thank you very much for keeping late. To sum up, today and tomorrow we are going at the end of the session to present few case scenarios, and we would try to learn some lessons from these case scenarios. And I think if the chairpersons allow, after I can finish in about 20 minutes, those who have any questions, we will open the floor for open discussion, along with any other questions regarding the questions or regarding the presentations all over the day. So the first case scenario is titled One Patient, Two Case Reports. This is a case report that has been retracted after discovering that it had been already reported. The story says that this paper speaking about an extreme rare instance with a fetus with a form of dwarfism together with Klinefelter syndrome, published in the journal Case Reports in Obstetrics and Gynecology. This work published, I hide the names, with the name of Dr. B, he is the professor responsible for the case, with his associate professor, Dr. C, and Dr. X, who didn't share in this work at all. This is the original paper that had been published by Dr. B, and later, after 1 year, I think, or later in the same year, another paper had been published with the same title, but with a different authors. And of course, the second paper has been retracted. And in this retraction notes, they say the article titled Prenatal Diagnosis of Concurrent Achondroplasia with Klinefelter Syndrome has been retracted, as the same case report was found to have been presented following previously published article, and this is the second article which has been retracted. And they searched down why this happened. The article has also been published without the consent of Professor B and C. This is what's written in the retraction notes. And the first author of the retracted paper, Dr. A, assumes full responsibility. So in retraction notes, you can find who is responsible for the mistake. This is the first we should have learned. The story behind that Dr. A, she is a fellow in a certain hospital with a professor, Dr. B and C, and she is very interested in publishing this work, but she left the place after the end of her fellowship and go to another place. And she, assuming, didn't know that her professor has published the case report. So Dr. A says, defending or arguing her paper, that her paper is the original article, and she didn't copy from the PMC pediatric paper of Dr. B and C. Instead, her version presented a case from the gynecological and pediatric point of view. She told us she encountered the case while on a fellowship with Professor B and C. Dr. A said, I finished my fellowship and moved to another hospital and kept on trying publishing because I found it's very interesting from the prenatal point of view. She didn't know that Professor B and C had already published the paper without her name on. Dr. C, one of the contributors that did nothing wrong, said, This event had caused me a great dissatisfaction. Dr. X, who didn't share at all, this does not prevent an element of disgrace to come to him. So, if we have some lessons from the first story, when you present a work, don't miss any of your co-workers or colleagues who share in this work. All authors should agree the final form of the manuscript. Don't put your name on any work you didn't share in it. Clear messages from the first story. Please, if anyone need any comment or have any comment about any of these cases, I don't know if the chairpersons allow the questions case by case or at the end of the presentation. At the end of the presentation. Oh. Case by case. We have time, Dr. Ahmed, and my presentation is no more than 15 or 20 minutes. So, comments for the first case scenario.
هو أنا تهت منك شوية فعايزها بالعربي في 3 سطور.
بالعربي فيلو أو نايب عند أستاذ من الأساتذة كان بيحاضر كيس ريبورت وخلص الفيلوشيب بتاعته ومشي وهو interested to publish this paper والاستاذ بتاعه برضه interesting in publish this paper. بعد ما مشي الاستاذ والاستاذ المساعد خدوا واحد من زملائهم الاخرين وpublish the paper باساميهم هم الثلاثه وسابوا الفيلو. والفيلو راح المكان الثاني published the paper وحط عليها اسمين من الاسامي الناس ونسي اثنين تانيين. فلما ظهرت البيبر دي مع دي حصل ريتراكشن والريتراكشن ما حماش اي حد. في النهايه اي ريتراكشن هيبقى اسم حضرتك عليه سواء انت ملام او مش ملام. In this case الريتراكشن اتكتب عليه ان المشكله مع الفلان الفلاني اللي هو الفيلو اللي هو لم يتبع القواعد بتاعه القضيه. اتفضلي.
أولاً thank you very much for your presentation. الحقيقة لطيفة جدا. أنا بس عايزة أقول إن أنا من وجهة نظري كلهم غلطانين. يعني B&C هي خدت البنت بالظبط. يعني they have to refer to her even if she left. they published without her name and they give a guest or gift authorship. I don't know. The X is زي ما قلت قبل كده البركة اللي جاي ينورنا or their friend. It will be whether gift or guest. This is their problem. And then for the fellow, يعني برضه هي غلطانة لأن هي has to go back to them B&C. فأنا من وجهة نظري كلهم غلطانين. المشكلة إن الريتراكشن وقعت على البنت على الفيلو بس. يعني بس أنا in my opinion المفروض إن كان الاثنين يبقوا retracted. بس أنا عارفة إن retraction rules so long إنه ما فيش scientific problem او الاوثرشيب بالظبط تعود على الثاني. لكن هي في جميع الحالات هم الاثنين لازم يحصل لهم ريتراكشن لان كلهم غلطوا. يعني دي وجهة نظري.
Any more comments or go to the second scenario? They don't know ان هي اتنشرت قبل كده. This is another comment or another حاجات هقولها في الآخر words to the ears of the reviewers and editors that there is some defect in the reviewing process اللي ما اكتشفوش بيه ده. ممكن يكون حصل كان الاثنين in the same year فممكن ما يكونش حصل انا ما اعرفش لكن it is missed وده بيحصل.
هو
طيب
واحنا خلينا نركز على الحاجه اللي هي فور فيوتشر لان احنا برضو في حاجات ممكن ما نبقاش عارفينها بالتفصيل. فهو الليسونز اللي قالها دكتور عمر هي اللي ممكن تبقى محتاجه لو حد يكومنت. هي واضحه ان احنا في النهايه we shouldn't ignore anyone sharing in any step in the research process, we shouldn't ignore him from يعني authoring. والحاجة التانية اللي إن الكل لازم يعمل consent قبل ما أو يعني approval.
And to the reviewer, to the editor and reviewer of the journal, إنهم لازم يعملوا search if this work has been published or not. وmost of the electronic publishing يعني بيسمحوا لنا بده. At the left hand side بيقول لك similar articles، بيدور لك على الارتكلز السابقة عن الموضوع ده.
Next case.
Next case is the journal retracts an IVF paper over a data concern. This is the Journal of Assisted Reproduction and Genetics, as retracted in 2010. 2010, a paper by a group of researchers after conducting that the authors may have a misrepresented both the nature of the study and originality of the work. This is a retracted paper, one of the papers that have changed our career. Either we're going to transfer fresh embryo transfer or cryo embryo transfer. And when this work has been published in 2010, starts a big era of freeze-all and transfer, and this is a better, and then we came back after retraction of this work. The authors, in their conclusion, the authors evaluated the effect of performing frozen embryo transfer compared to fresh embryo transfer, and their results suggest that cryopreservation for old embryos are an effective strategy and should be adopted by all. Then the paper has been cited 18 times, according to the Thomson Reuters, before it had been retracted. Cited 18 times, and this is give us a lesson here that even the retracted paper may be cited, and it has its impact on the community and impact on the research before its retraction. The article has been retracted on request of American Society of Reproductive Medicine Publication Committee for a serious methodological flaws. The authors have been, what are the flaws? إيه المشاكل اللي كانت عندهم? They discovered that the author delayed their trial registration on clinicaltrial.gov. They did so, عملوا registration between the initial submission and subsequent revision. They had published an abstract in Human Reproduction with the same title, has some data, and they didn't refer to the abstract in their final submission. Inconsistency between the trial registration and the published report. The journal was in touch with the authors on at least 2 occasions, but the researcher response were not satisfactory. So, lessons to the authors. After this work or after this problem, clinical trial registration or registration in any clinical database became mandatory in most of the journals before. But before that, it was not. So, ahead registration of clinical trial is mandatory before starting your work. The final report, the manuscript you're going to write should be very consistent to your registration. If there is any difference in the inclusion-exclusion criteria between your registration and your final report, it will be rejected. And finally, the proper timely response to the editors. Even after publication, for the post-publication peer reviewing, the one, especially to the journal, of course, the one have in the last presentation. To the reviewers and editors, not only to check the work registered or not, but also check the date and the data. Choose quality reviewers and associate editors. طبعا هنا في خطأ من الريفيورز ان هم ما راجعوش الموضوع كويس. And more training is required for a reviewing process, an editorial process. And some of the big journals giving coaching sessions for their reviewers all through. ده نهاية الكيس سيناريو الثاني. إذا كان في كومنتس من الفلور أو أروح للكيس الثالثة. There is no registration before IRB approval حضرتك. They would not allow registration before IRB approval. تمام.
انا حاسس ان مفيش حاجه نون ايثيكال تجستيفاي الريتراكشن الحقيقه. يعني الحاجات اللي هي اتقالت اخطاء مش توقع تحت الديفينيشنز بتاعت الميس كوندكت. يعني دي مش يعني هي دي بروسيدرز اكتر. بمعنى اولا في جزء منها اللي هو ان هو بعد اذنك كده قول السبب اللي هي ايوه هيدرس registration
overlap of the data content في الابستراكت not
يعني يمكن الحاجه الوحيده اللي هي الانكونسستنسي between
registration and
the trial registration information and published paper. حكايه responses
poor response to satisfactory response.
يعني هم ردوا بس كنت كاتب في الليسونز انه لازم ترد لكن
delayed response inappropriate response.
مش انا كبيرسونال كده مش يعني حاسس ان هم معجبين يعني.
However,
مش حاجات قويه.
This is a case scenario that have been published.
حضرتك قلتها في البرزنتيشن بتاع حضرتك يا دكتور احمد بيه انه في violation of the research integrity بصورتين، يا research misconduct يا اما detrimental research practice. هي حاجه مش في اصل البحث بتؤدي الى سوء اخراج البحث، فديت detrimental research practice بس تستوجب الريتراكشن
بروسيس يعني في البروسيس.
هي كانت تستوجب عدم الببليكيشن من الاول يا دكتور محمود، مش تستوجب الريتراكشن، لكن هذا ما يحدث. دعنا نستفيد من
ده يثير سسبيشس انه يعني الحقيقه الديسيجن اوف ريتراكشن اللي هو المفروض ان اللي مسؤول عنه هو اللي خده، مش كده؟ الايديتور. يعني انا مش يعني هو مش معقول يكون جاهل بان هو يعمل تشيك على الريجستريشن والى اخره. كون ان هو سحبها دي انا حاسس كده.
This is back in 2010 ممكن ساعتها كانت الحاجات دي ما كانتش. على العموم احنا يعني خلينا
ننظر الدروس واضحه،
ننظر للفيوتشر. الدروس واضحه. الكيس الثالثه paper used to support claims that خرجنا شويه باينا gynecology that ivermectin reduces the COVID-19 hospitalization is withdrawn by preprint server. دي case very recent يعني في الera of COVID. I can complete from here يعني بس I think connection في problem. Okay. I don't know what's wrong. I can continue عشان الوقت حضراتكم. عندي. This paper have been withdrawn from reprint. دي ظهرت في الريبرينتس بس. That COVID patient with ivermectin dramatically reduces their odds of hospitalization. Calling the work is misleading. This is the retraction notes. القصة خليني أحكيها بالعربي لأن الكمبيوتر group from a certain country لا داعي إن أنا أقول أسامي group working in the health authorities قرروا إن هم يعملوا كيت تتوزع at home for those who suffering from COVID-19. الكيت دي كانت including something called ivermectin. بناء على بعض السمول ستاديز اللي بتقول ان الافرمستين ده ممكن يكون effective في التريتمنت of their hang it up. Okay. That ivermectin is beneficial. After the paper has been published, it is البروجكت ده اتصرف عليه near $1 million to distribute about 180,000 kit of these kits to the public persons. Authors reported in في significant reduction في hospitalization. هو ده مش شغال. Significant reduction in the hospitalization after administration of this drug. later حصل controversial. البيبر دي have been downloaded 11,000 مرة قبل ما البيبر الاوريجينال بيبر تظهر في الببليكيشن. والريتراكشن قالوا ان this is a deeply problematic and unethical problem للأسباب الآتية. We argued that the authors through their agency اللي هي الببليك agency بتاعت الحكومة dispensing the medication on ethically recruited experimental subject apparently without their informed consent. They include المواطنين في بحث من غير ما ياخدوا منهم informed consent. And thus the study is unethical and they did not declare a conflict of interest. ما قالوش في declaration of interest انهم بيشتغلوا في الحكومة اللي عملت النظام اللي عاوزين يثبتوا ان هو صحيح. The paper spread misinformation promoting an unproven medical treatment and global pandemic. The preliminary data on which this government implement the program is not well substantiated. The lessons here طبعا أنا آسف الكمبيوتر مش قادر يتعرف على أتمنى إن هو يشتغل. أوكي. المشكلة هنا declaring الكونفليكت اوف انترست. هو ما قالش ان هو بيشتغل في وزارة الصحة الفلانية اللي عملت الحاجة دي، لا هو ولا الكو اوثرز ما خدوش ethical approval. خدوا ethical approval بس ما خدوش consent من الناس اللي بيجربوا عليهم الستادي. والليسنز هنا بقى اوكي. lessons. واحد. declare clearly the conflict of interest. حتى لو انت شايف انه ملوش علاقه بالموضوع اللي بنتكلم عليه. اتنين، الايثيكال اي ار بي مفروض ان هي تكون مسؤوله مش بس عن الاوثرايزيشن اوف ستارتنج ذا ستادي. الداتا monitoring والrationalization of the study should also be important to them. الجورنالز should not rush to publish the hot topics. هو ده اللي حصل هنا. المجله مستعجله جدا على نشر البيبر اللي عن الكوفيد 19 وان في حاجه effective in the management of COVID-19 while الموضوع لسه not well established. So this is the lessons from the case 3 لو في حد عنده comments. أنا آسف for الانتربشن بتاع السيستم ده. Clear? Go to the next. University president in Japan self-plagiarized a will-forfeit sum pay. This head of Japanese universities is a famous story that has been found guilty of research misconduct of self-plagiarism, technically duplication, and has agreed to pay one-time cash penalty for his transgenerations. And according to the university, the authors failed to appropriately cite his own work. هنا نقطة مهمة جدا. كلمة self-plagiarism معناه إنه هو خد paragraph from his own paper that had been published before وحطه في a new paper وحطه من غير ما يعمل لها citation with rephrasing. وده كان سبب إن البيبر retracted وهو ساب شغله. ف كثير مننا بيعتقد ان طالما الحاجه دي بتاعتي فانا حر فيها. لا، هي once it's published it's not yours. دي بقت ملكيه المجله and you should cite. الريتراكشن نوتس هنا مكتوب فيها since we have certified the act of not doing this. هو ماضي ان هو مش هيعمل كده. self theft بيسموه self سرقه ذاتيه. We will announce that in based of Article 15, paragraph number 1, the fraud prevention regulation for research activity of the university have retracted this work. هنا نفتكر ان البلاجيوريزم اللي هو بقى بيتراجع في المجلات دلوقتي as شرط من شروط البابليكيشن ممكن يكون سبب للريتراكشن. البلاجيريزم مش بس that you take the ideas of the others زي ما تعريف البلاجيريزم بيقول it could include taking your own idea or your own paragraph. This could be done either intentionally, deliberately or unintentionally. في البلاجيريزم بيقسموه نوعين accidental and deliberate. الديليبريت ده اللي هو قاصد. ده واحد مش قاصد accidentally he plagiarized himself and for this reason the work has been retracted. Case number 5 ودي آخر case scenario for today. Paper retracted because the authors misrepresented a published theoretical model as if they found it. يعني عاوز يقول ان هم نشروا البيبر دي زي ما يكون الانفنشن ده او الاختراع ده هو بتاعهم وهو مش اول ناس يقولوه. طب ده حصل ازاي؟ البيبر ريتراكتد كان عنوانها exploring multi-band tunneling of uncoupled particles. مش مهم paper in the physics by the way. A paper has been retracted by the physics journals after learning that the authors had tried to pass off the ideas of others as their own. The authors had agreed. The authors has agreed. يعني ممكن الريتراكشن بيبقى with the agreement with the authors. مش خناقة هي. احنا ممكن نتفق ونسحب البيبر. To retract the reference paper due to significant overlap with other publications. The author recognized that they had misrepresented a published theoretical model as if they had found it. The theoretical treatment multi-band microsystem presented in the second paper. يعني ببساطة شديدة جدا when حضرتك قريت paper في أي مجلة وعجبتك الفكرة وبعدين عملية مثلا أو طريقة في الامبريو ترانسفير and you publish that وما you didn't cite الأوريجينال paper لأول واحد قال ده فأنت بتحاول توصل للآخرين إن دي فكرتك and this is a kind of plagiarism. المجلة دورت وما لقيتش ما ظهرش في السيرش عندها ده لأن ممكن تكون مستخدم keywords مختلفة ممكن لأي سبب لكن هذا لا يعفيك وبالتالي الليسنز في وجهة نظري إن adequate search and research do not neglect previous publications that carries the same ideas. كثير من زملائنا النواب والمدرسين المساعدين اللي بيعملوا ثيسز بيجي في بدايه السيرش بتاعه او في بدايه بتاع ده بيفكر ان الفكره بتاعته جديده وبيعمل السيرش وبعدين بيشتغل سنتين وبعدين بيجي بقى في الببليكيشن وهكذا متخيل ان مفيش حاجه اتنشرت تاني عن الموضوع ده وبيروح للساده المشرفين بتوعه بيكتبوا البيبر وينسوا ان في 2 or 3 other قالوا نفس الكلام اللي انت هتقوله فده بيبقى سبب للريجكشن وسبب للريتراكشن. Don't write the paper as it's your original idea without citing the original founders of the work. Reviewing process should include similar articles. Again, السيرش بتاع similar articles اللي بيجي على الشمال اللي بيتباعت من المجلة ده is a very important انك انت تبص فيه. Although retraction could be with the author's agreement, this does not protect the author's reputation. حتى لو انت وافقت عليه ده مش معناه ان ده is not a kind of disgrace or something to you. So أنا بعد إذن ال chairpersons أنا جمعت ال lessons بتوع today to summarize and if anyone had a comment, don't miss co-authoring any of your co-workers. All authors should agree the final manuscript. Don't put your name, sorry the mistake, if you didn't share. Ahead registration is mandatory. Final report should be consistent and exact to the registration. Declaring conflict of interest should be clear and complete even if you think that it is irrelevant. Plagiarism is a major misconduct that causes rejection and retraction, and it could be accidental or deliberate, and it could be self-plagiarism. paper and timely response to the editor, proper and timely response to the editor's queries, even after publication, is very important. And finally, adequately search and don't neglect previous publication that carries the same idea. أشكر حضراتكم. الفلور مفتوح. أنا آسف لسه for reviewers and editors. Check date and data of the work registration. Choose quality reviewers and quality associate editors. I hope إن السيمينار ده يناقش قضية الريفيورز والاسوشيت editors لأن في definitely there is a lack of the quality وصعوبة للي مننا بيشتغل في as an associate editor أو an editor في journal إن هو يلاقي good reviewers for his work. الموضوع لأن الناس مش مهتمة وما تعرفش محتاجة education. I recommend that the next conference may contain any of a training program for reviewing and critical appraisal of the work. More training to the reviewers and editors is required. Emphasize the role of IRB and ethical committee of the universities in the data monitoring and studying the rationale of the study before. Journal should not rush for publications of hot issues that have some more citation. زي ما حضرتك مستعجل على الببليكيشن المجلة مستعجلة على الهوت توبيك عشان تطلع citation. فيو are both ممكن تكونوا عندكم مشكلة. Reviewing process should include similar articles. This is usually available by publisher electronic data system. Although retraction could be with the author agreement, this does not protect the author's reputation. أشكركم.
شكرا
يعني أعتقد
دكتور عمر.
لو في وقت بعض الكومنتس.
أنا بس عايز أعمل كومنت على الليسونز دي إن دي ensure that we need all of us at their different levels from editors لحد الجينيور researchers continuous education and training الحقيقة لأن في حاجات كتيرة جدا والطريقة دي بتاعت الكيس based teaching دي is الحقيقة very informative مع احترامنا بالبرزنتيشنز كلها الحقيقة very informative عن فكرة الفورمال تيتشنج مهما كانت يعني. فأنا بشكر دكتور عمر على الكيسز والبرزنتيشن والسمري الحقيقة بتاع الليسونز ده. أعتقد إن دي أكتر حاجة will be retained in our يعني memory أكتر من الحاجات اللي هي اتعطت directly يعني.
Mr. Chairman, إن شاء الله بكرة at the end of the session في السيمينار الأخير عندنا another 6 case scenarios with different approaches or different causes of retraction.
لو في أسئلة 2 questions مثلا كفاية في أي حاجة في السيشن دي من أول ما بدأت لغاية الآخر. أوكي. ما كانش يبقى خلاص. اتفضل يا دكتور.
الحقيقة أنا بشكر البريزنترز كلهم يعني حاجة قيمة جدا. وبس أعرف نفسي أنا نائب رئيس الإيثيكال كوميتي في المركز القومي للبحوث وأستاذ الوراثة. أنا كنت بس يعني كان سؤالي بين الدكتورة دينا والدكتورة عزة إن ساعات إحنا بنشتغل على البيولوجيكال زي الدي ان ايه زي بلاد وبيبقى الناس ممكن كنا بناخد كونسنت ده قبل ما انا ادخل اسكس الكلام ده يعني ايام ما كان الواحد لسه في الاول من البيشنتس ان احنا هنعمل دراسه. ده كان بيتكتب اسم الدراسه يعني دايما البيولوجيكال فلويدز احنا بنسميها وبعدين بنعمل بانكينج فدول بيبقى ليهم يعني نظام تاني خالص ان هم بيبقى ما ينفعش يبقى continuous consent ده اللي اتعلمناه ليتلي يعني وان لازم يبقى في كونتاكت مع الناس اصحاب هذه البيولوجيكال فلويدز ان احنا كل مره نقول لهم اسم الدراسه. طبعا في بلادنا هنا الموضوع التواصل بيبقى اصعب بكتير في موبايلات وكده بس مش كل المرضى اللي بيجوا لنا على نفس المسافه. كنت بسال هل في حل تاني لان احنا لما نكون في ريسيرش لان احنا الجينيتكس بتتطور وبتيجي حاجات جديده كل ما يعني في حاجات اتشخصت من 20 سنه عندنا واحنا دلوقتي غيرنا تشخيصها. فالبيولوجيكال فلويد دي يعني قصه تانية، واحنا كنا قرينا فيها كان من ضمنها حتى الاسنان، واحنا نعرف ان هنا بنعتبروها زي ايه هيومن ريمينز، ما حدش بياخد كونسنت من حد خلع ضرسه عشان ياخد الضرس ده يعمل عليه اي ريسيرش. فهل يعني الدكتوره عزه او الدكتوره دينا تقول لنا هنا الكونسنت هيبقى ازاي، اللي هو بيسموه كونتينوس، او قالوا هيعملوا ابلكيشن، يعني الناس يعني انا قريت انهم هيعملوا زي ابلكيشن اونلاين بحيث يبقى فيه كونتاكت بين مش دلوقتي يعني مش عندنا هنا بيني وبين الناس، بحيث ان انا اي ريسيرش جديد هيتعمل على البيولوجيكال فلويد بتاعتهم نبلغهم دي.
انا مش عارفه فيش بروبلم انك انت وقت ما خدتي السامبلز انك انت مضيهم على informed consent في انك انت you are going to store samples for further research. لو كانت القصه ليها علاقه بالجينetics لازم يبقى another consent، لان ليها طبيعه خاصه، لانك انت بتتكلميش على شخص، انت بتتكلمي على عيله. لكن قصه ان انت هتقدري تعملي ري كونتاكت مع العيانين اللي بقالهم 5 سنين، يعني دي حاجه صعبه جدا. لكن from the ethical point of view just ان انت قلت لهم ان انا I'm going to store samples for this period of time، وان انا ممكن اعمل بحث علمي عليها وهم وافقوا على ده، يبقى it's okay. لو انت ناويه تعملي الجينيتك تيستينج لازم يبقى another consent.
تمام. طب دكتور عمر عايز يقول كومنت برضه على حكايه البيولوجيكال فلويدز دي.
اسال حضرتك حاجه بعد كده.
هو الكومنت ان في كيس سيناريو بكره على الموضوع ده.
طيب خلاص
اقولها دلوقتي ولا خليها لبكره؟
لا خليها لبكره.
اوكي.
عشان الناس تحضر حتى. تمام. دكتور سعد انت كان ليك سؤال؟
حضرتك في
سؤال تاني يا فندم؟ لا الدكتور عمر بس، انا دي خلاص حضرتك اتفضل.
This is another question. دكتور احمد حضرتك حضرتك في التوك بتاع حضرتك يعني how to prevent الفروض في موضوع تاني خالص، يعني حضرتك restricted يعني to the best of my understanding to the training and teaching the scientific integrity. I think there are many issues related to the whole environment اللي هم researchers involved فيها، ده هي البوليسي ميكرز، الانستتيوشنز، الفاندنج، الكلام ده قال في السيشن الاولاني انه في بريشر زي في مصر عندنا الناس بتبقى يعني اندر بريشر للبروموشنز والترقيات، فده الناس بتضطر ان هي طبعا يعني تو كوك the papers and
ما هو احنا كنا يعني عشان السيشن ما تتكررش، هو الناس قالت كل البريفنتيف ميجرز، فانا كنت فوكسنج على الجزء بتاع الاديوكيشن، يعني مش معناها نجلكتنج انما الحاجات التانية اتقالت واتغطت. هو الحاجه اللي انا حبيت اعمل ستريس عليها هي موضوع الاديوكيشن من الاندر جرادويت واعتقد ان احنا كلنا مقتنعين انه دي فيها ديفيشنت رهيبه ايفن من الاساتذه. يعني ممكن يبقى في اساتذه كتير ما يعني not aware of the 3 arms اللي احنا اتكلمنا عليها، لا البيزكس اوف ريسيرش ولا المانجمنت اوف داتا ولا المفاهيم بتاعه الميس كوندكت والريسيرش انتجريتي. طب ايه كويشن تاني؟
هضيف حاجه للدكتوره منى تكمله للكلام اللي قالته الدكتوره دينا. في ماده في القانون بتحظر وعليها عقوبات انك تاخد موافقه مستنيره على الريسيرش، دي مفروغ منها. لازم تاخد موافقه مستنيره مستقله على الستورج، ولو ما خدتهاش ليها عقوبه. لا انا بقول يعني ولو موافقه مستنيره على الجيناتيك دي برضو لوحدها. وات ذا اند اوف ذا داي زي ما بيحصل في البايو بانكينج او وات ايفر، لما حضرتك هتيجي انت واخده موافقه على الستورج، لما حضرتك هتيجي تعملي ريسيرش جديد على الستورد بيولوجيكال سامبلز، حضرتك بتاخدي موافقه لجنه الاخلاقيات وبتقدمي لهم انك عايزه ويفر اوف انفورمد كونسنت فور ذيس ستادي، يعني انهم يعفوكي لانها اوريدي موجوده.
تمام. بنشكر حضراتكم، بنشكر الزملاء الاستاذ الدكتور ضياء النشار والدكتور سعد والدكتور محمود عبد العليم على التنظيم الرائع، وحضراتكم جميعا متشكرين جدا.